Alright, welcome back, lovely people. Last time on Yakuza Like a Dragon, we more or less did more prep and finally got ready for the True Millennium Tower, and then we completed the True Millennium Tower, which grants us access to the final True Millennium Tower. And we did the first fight and noticed that the scaling is really high, so it will take us quite a bit. So we backtracked on it a little bit, and then we'll upgrade our weapon. So there's still a little bit more room to make it a little bit more efficient. You know, taking our time, enjoying the game. We went our way to look for the Hong Kong girls. Found one Hong Kong. Summoned a bunch of pal mates because I really like the animations in pal mates, but it also costs money. Realize that you get a ton of money from completing the final Millennium Tower, so we went and took advantage of the pal mates, summoning the legends, you know, Kiryu, Majima, and Saejima. Pretty darn epic. What really made those pal mates incredibly stand out, though, is that they had something that a lot of essences did not, and that's environment. I feel hopefully a personal selfish wish that when in the future when they do essences, they will have enough time and money to produce props for the essences, because at the moment the essences feel like you can definitely tell that they are choreographed and um, are homage to all their other animations. The downside, which might be a production cost thing or perhaps a clarity thing, I would like to think it's a production cost and time thing where the essences are not grounded in the environment, which is what becomes a slight detraction between a slight dissonance between the Like a Dragon series and the appeal of the essences. The hit sounds are a little bit on the weak side, but that's also dealing with EQing and my audio settings for the EQing, because the loud stuff gets really loud and the soft stuff unfortunately gets really soft because the peak is really high. And it still is true for any post Dragon Engine game. It seems like there's still slightly a additive effect that is incredibly pronounced. So for example, when you hit something, right? In this game is specifically the AoEs. When you hit something simultaneously, the sounds don't EQ each other, as in, like, if you hit 5 targets at once with the sound, it becomes 5 times louder. Like, it's additive, but they don't clip into each other, as in normalize it to one sound, or like one sound's volume, but staggered between the five to make it sound like it's hitting multiple. It just becomes 5 times louder, so it bops really hard. And in this game, you do cycle through a lot of AoE in order to speed up your JRPG standards. And I like to think it's a really nitpicky thing, and it's part of an EQ that you get so used to in other JRPGs. Other JRPGs, I think it's more common for them to use a different sound effect instead of having the same sound effect staggered on top of each other. But that's part of the legacy of RGGs on hit sound cues, and it's carried over the JRPG. Unfortunately, that's one of those things that have a few growing pains, and it's kind of true for the older stuff, but you typically don't swipe like 5 people at once or 6 people at once, and if it does get another punch. But in JRPG, when you cast an AoE, you're guaranteed to do that consistently. So consistently gets boomy. I digressed a little too far to figure out where I was going with this. Oh, the essences. Without the environmental props, that's what kind of made the Palmates, especially Kiryu, Saejima, and Majima. They all had props like a tall building, blades, things that makes it feel a little grounded, and that was the true essence of the RGG stuff. It also requires a lot of resources to create those set pieces and whatnot. In fact, Kiryu's intro was Kamurocho's gate, right? And that was kind of already pre-rendered. So you can see the little like promising left potential on there. Another thing about the design of the essences, that right now I'm playing the latest non this transition, the JRPG transition. There's there's a a lack of like hit stopping, right? Hit stopping gives you that, or overcranking. There's no overcranking or hit stopping, which is when you do the thing cinematographers do quite often, and not in this game, but all the other games like Judgment. We just started Judgment yesterday. You have they rely more on hit stopping, where right before the impact, right, it stops and then it cranks again. Um, Still not quite up there, but you could see that they're getting back to it. And we have to view these games like in a technologically related way, because the engine, any experience with experimentation in the engine that hits really hard and it's well received, tends to produce opportunities for both the mainline series and now the Gaiden series, right? And I like to see some of that in these essences. I feel like it will give diminished return, as in a lot of times if you're a JRPG lover, you tend to be very mechanical about how efficient you are, and that creates diminished return for repeated animations. And then since it's not action oriented, there's no input feedback. So input feedback encourages seeing those again. So I can definitely tell that yes, it's a great place to save production costs and meet deadlines. However, it's a selfish request from me. I I would watch those cutscenes all the time. Like every new boss fight, I would see the essences again, because it's a work of art. And I truly believe that RGG has a great eye for cinema. Because when they're doing combat related stuff, which is a little less here, they're more a little embracing the JRPG fantastical nature. But in their combat stuff, they really like their martial arts films. Like, it's very clear, and their staging on their main story quests and cutscenes have a very cinematic feel to it. And what I mean by cinematic, the cinematography is on point. I just like to emphasize, hopefully, that with enough time and flexibility, and as they really flex their skills, they give the mainline series that same TLC, but at a cost. I really do believe these little details I'm citing will not really greatly enhance the vast majority of mechanical players, but for me, it's the arts, and this game does deliver on so many things, but the essences, not quite there. With that little slight detail, we're still gonna. I wonder if I just pause on the menu, it causes the Hong Kong girls to show up. But we found one of the Hong Kong girls. We're trying to get the Hong Kong hero thing. So apparently there's one that might chill here somewhere. And then one in a tunnel. So we'll try to get that. Meanwhile, we also have to have table discussion. That means we're gonna manually walk to all the dining places and order off the entire menu again and see if we can get more table discussions. We're back on English audio. I do personally prefer the English voice cast for all the buddy stuff and table talk and whatnot. There's incredible much, in my opinion, far more nuance to English when it comes to campiness, things that are elements of campiness. It comes off as incredibly subtle in Japanese to the point where they're awfully interpreted as quite serious about it, which is an inherent strength and weakness when it comes to strength in forms of consistency and seriousness, but it is very repetitious when it comes to humor. But I definitely do prefer my English humor here. Let's try all these. Oh, I haven't done these ones. Okay, there's definitely a table talk here, right? What do you have? A scone, shortcake, hot milk with... That's pretty cute. Coffee, Earl Grey, and... Okay. Let's see.
Who's hungry? Me!
No?
Delicious.
Yeah, like that. All their stuff becomes incredibly additive all at once. And it can blow out the audio. So that didn't trigger one. Let's go over here to Bangwoo. We're basically cycling back around the Hong Kong girls, but at the same time, hopefully grabbing the food for the table talk doesn't reset their spawn or something like that. Yeah. So we're at 11. We need to find 9 more table talks for the achievement. I'm gonna leave the others, you know, there perhaps. We're not gonna specifically farm for them. I would like to hear more of the party chats as well. They're really good. Just perhaps they were really ambitious and want to milk interactions. You know what this setting reminds me of? Oh yeah, this setup right here is Kyushu #1's setup. Like this layout right here with the assets and whatnot. It's definitely Kyushu #1 in Kamurocho. Anyways.
Yes,
We've seen the inside of Kyushu #1 so for quite a long time. You know, we're just gonna buy everything and see if we can get it. I imagine there might be multiple table talks at restaurants. And that is such a incredible detailed picture of mapo tofu. Stir-fried greens. Looks like bok choy. Or actually, it might be Chinese broccoli. Oh, sticky rice. Hagao. You know what's missing here? You know, where's my shumai at? I mean, honestly, chicken feet is a staple too. Man, these pictures are so delightfully. It's one of those pictures. You start thinking, is it an artistic dish or the actual dish? Slight hot take here. A lot of times, staging food, like food staging, is very, very different from. It's a incredibly different art form, and than just for taste. So a lot of times, these images are very strategically and creatively recreated. So it might not actually be the dish that you'd be eating. And I know a bunch of when it comes to like intellectual dissonance, food, like creative content about food, especially display, is something that is less appreciated because there's an at least in the over here, I suppose, because uh it comes off as disingenuous, at least some a significant majority of individuals, but it's just another craft, right? um One thing to understand is, at least when I'm cooking, is this is the dish I have in my mind. It doesn't substitute for its taste, because I probably still tastes fantastic regardless of how it looks. But at the same time, there's some pride and creativity involved in presenting the food in its most pleasing form. I say this because there's like this inherent cynicism when it comes to franchises or in franchise dishes a lot of times, and then what is presented in the pop culture and video games being pop culture too, and the real thing. That mapo tofu.
Who's hungry?
Oh, that looks immaculate.
Me!
This is by far the best Chinese food I've had.
That's a big statement. That sweet and sour pork treating you good?
Yes. The pineapples are slightly tart, but the savory pork balances it out.
Yep, that's how it's supposed to be. Without those pineapples, the flavor wouldn't be complex. I do know some people hate pineapples, though.
And there it is.
I'm guessing this is your first time having this?
Yes. I can't say I've tried much Chinese food up until this point, but my time with you has given me a new outlook on dining and cuisine in general.
No.
Nice. Actually, I don't remember you eating during those Eugene 3 meetings. You would just stand near Songhui.
Dang, they really made you wait the whole time? That sucks.
freaking Casca.
I was merely doing my duty as a bodyguard. Well, I did have to resist the temptation to grab a bite when no one was looking.
No.
Sometimes it took every ounce of willpower I had to keep a straight face.
No. Oh, wait.
What the heck? You should have spoken up, man. I would have given you my pineapples.
So you were the pineapple hater all along.
Delicious.
Okay, I forgot that we didn't do Jongi Han's in Japanese, so we might have to switch Japanese and do Jongi Han's Hanjogi's Bond. I forgot about that, so we'll double back on that soon. Man, Zhao does this thing where he talks about things. I really love Zhao's personality they wrote in. There's a clear distinction between understanding sentimentalism, like subjectivity, and a complete parse from pragmatism. So he's pragmatically inclined to know about things, but it doesn't reflect his own preferences, his subjectivity. It's so reflective of Chinese culturalism, and it's inherent because I myself, when I listen to myself, I do that all the time. Like it's where I state opinion, like I state observations and things that are as accurate as possible, a representation of statistics, like the pragmatic use of certain things through appreciation about knowing them. But it has no bearing on why I choose to know them. As in, like, Zhao talked passionately on multiple occasions about different types of hobbies, or like when Adachi talked about raising plants so that you can eat them later, right? And there's some sentimentalism in that and whatnot. But Zhao states pragmatically, I mean, it is far more convenient and possibly even arguably more cost effective for someone who's not learning to raise plants and use them compared to someone who spends their entire life optimizing for that, like a farmer or a restaurant owner, etc., as opposed to hobbies. But in the joke, right? In the joke, Saiko is a compassionate character, and she was like, "Oh no, yeah, don't listen to Zhao. He's just trying to convince you not to do something you enjoy." And then it was revealed immediately in that segment that Zhao raises bonsais. So that's kind of the compartmentalization that is so characteristic of Chinese people. I can't really speak for Japanese, and I'm not saying every Chinese person, obviously. I'm talking about it's a idiosyncrasy that comes with the culturalism of being constantly emphasizing pragmatism, but not inherently always embracing them. So often I suggest things, learn about things, but there's no motivation to learn them other than to understand other people. Like I'm not specifically going out to learn about myself. I like to learn about why other people do things. And it's very important because you come off as a considerate and knowledgeable person. However, you don't volunteer what your own preference is until someone asks you what it is. So when people ask for advice, I typically try not to give personal advice. I try to give as comprehensive advice that my experience is able to promote. And then if they ask me for my personal opinion or what I do, it can be startlingly contradictory to what I know. And that's so great. And they do it all the time. Like, yeah, the pineapples, that's right. And then suddenly it's like, but I don't like pineapples in my food." It's so good. And Hanjogi is the opposite. He's like the person who does first-hand experience and stuff. And Hanjogi is a representative character written of another culture, right? The Korean culture. And it's great bouncing back and forth between them. And Kasuga is a goofball. So he just goes with the flow. These table talks are so revealing. They're written so well. Also, the pineapple thing. It's a divisive culturalism, especially when it comes to comparing Asians with Western people, and even more so, for me as a Chinese person, it's entered in conversations all the time when it comes to food. Like it's out of all the topics, consistently, it's often dealing with cooked fruits in Chinese dishes. And there's a huge historical deep cut here why most things are cooked in Chinese dishes. But specifically, one fruit stands out above the rest in frequency, and that's pineapples. Sweet and sour chicken, pork comes up all the time. But here's the kicker, right? Western, at least the dish that my parents and other people have industrialized in the United States, the sauce is great, but there's pineapple in that sauce. But when served with the literal pineapple slices in the dish, it becomes repulsive to quite a lot of people. However, that in order to create that sweet and sour sauce, the large majority of the pineapple, like the pineapple tartness, is in that sauce. That creates that balance in the sweet and sour sauce. And I have to say, for me, as like American as well, uh, it doesn't necessarily agree with my palate either. It's quite sweet. All the components of the sweet and sour sauce is quite sweet. I like a really blunted, diminished version of it. So sometimes I would say like hold the pineapple too, because it adds even more sweetness on top of the sauce. But the tartness is great. Like I would go as far as saying, give me like tart pineapple, and hope that the pineapple didn't ripen too much to be too sweet, because sweetness can get a little overpowering. So many good talks. Food is such a central part. I'm so happy that they include the table talks. It's highlighting like the parts of slice of life of Asian cultures in general, especially multicultural Asians. Food talk is essential. It's like a pastime, exchanging food ideas. Even all that controversy about Asian fusion versus quote unquote, I don't personally prescribe to this word, but authentic dishes, and like who makes the dishes and stuff, all that, so like conflict of interest and all that, that's what elevates and illustrates the central importance of food in Asian cultures. It's even more so than, because when you start moving west and go into European things, they start talking about rights and wrongs as opposed to alternatives and reflective of regional preferences. So they a lot of times those things are void of pragmatism. It's more about principle and orthodoxy versus experimentation and free-flowing variety. So like while Asian cultures generally have a more flexibility in experimentation and acceptance based on regional differences, there's still nationalism and pride involved for sure. Western audience, when we talk about culinary arts, associate right and wrongs, as in right way to do things and wrong ways to do things. So they become principled and orthodox, and it creates intolerance. So while two Asians may be arguing about what they prefer and whatnot, it's just the act of having conflicts of interest is interesting. Like arguing about what dish or how to make it on the dinner table is normalized. You want to have those conversations. It means you care about the food. On the other hand, sorry, Italian people, when you argue about whether pineapple should be on pizza, Sorry, it's the most relevant thing to the whole pineapple thing. That's what they were jabbing at. I absolutely think RGG wrote that dialogue to elicit the pineapple on pizza thing about, oh, that's a real pizza. This is a real pizza. But who made it? Well, those people aren't real Italians. These people are real Italians. That type of thing. That is not the toxicity, the inherent, like, the demeaning and non-mutually respectful intent. When my parents argue about food with another person's parent, that is why they eat together. They like arguing and discussing about the difference in food prep and whatnot. That is the activity you have around a table, as opposed to trying to get one up on someone and telling someone what to do or what they should do. So the reason why I state this is I've been at a table before. I'm Chinese American, and back and forth, there's some combination of the two that has happened. And I would say I've been around a lot of tables because food is central to the happiness in my life. And without a doubt, no competition. Western heritage individuals, when they talk about food, it's antagonistic. It's predominantly antagonistic, especially if you're like me, who's the American that's sitting at the table, as opposed to my parents understanding they make Americanized Chinese food because American palates don't necessarily reflect their own palates. So they are mutually understanding that they make food for us, and if an American wants to try it, they can try it. But generally speaking, over those many years my parents make food, they usually prefer the ones that they pragmatically make for the American palate, but still offer the palate that we cook at home. It's a incredibly openly known secret that families like my family who ran Americanized Chinese restaurants, we do not cook the same palate preferences of the same dishes, like the same intended dishes for personal consumption versus selling consumption. And here is very important to know that Zhao might be combining the two. So the stuff he's talking about, he has a personal palate, but he also is well aware of the pragmatic palate of other people. So he makes statements regarding why the pineapple is typically included in sweet and sour pork. And hanjogi is outside of Chinese dishes. So it's such a great little slice of life thing.
How many did I have?
Such a great slice of life thing, man. Let's see what else we can find. Wait. Did I miss? Okay, we're gonna probably eat at all these places again. Just to try to trigger. We're at 12 now. Now I kind of feel motivated. To, So there's another lady down here. I'm guessing she just stands right here or something. So those are the only two locations we're going back and forth. Let's walk in this wet kitchen.
I think I'm kind of in the mood for chocolate.
Should we stop by a convenience store?
Can we go play pachinko instead?
Oh, I love this one.
If you want to play pachinko, why didn't you just say so instead of whining about chocolate?
No, the chocolate prizes are actually pretty good.
I feel you. Man, now I want some chocolate too. Then we're off to the pachinko parlor.
I swear.
Man. The campiness of English when it comes to campy dialogue of friendship. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm incredibly impartial to shameless, unfiltered banter between friends. It's just, I almost want to say it goes as far as it's an Americanization, like the very Americanized way of endearing people, the shameless, open behavior to the point of embarrassment, right? And it's incredibly endearing to me, in my opinion. All right, let's order everything, dude. That burger, that like sunny side up egg in it. Oh, dude. All right, sorry. Oh.
Who's hungry?
Me!
Oh, this coffee's just perfect.
Yep. Nowadays, you can get coffee that'll blow your mind practically anywhere.
If only
In
somebody
Japan.
heard you say that. She had me master all these brewing methods just to get it how she likes.
Oh yeah? I guess there's a lot you can do with coffee, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's an entire
Absolutely. You can
hobby.
siphon it, French press it, drip it through a cloth.
Oh, I just saw a siphon. That's such a coincidence. I just saw what it looked like to make siphon coffee. It's pretty incredible. It's almost like a reverse siphon coffee. I am familiar with the French press and the drip, of course, but uh, the siphon one was really interesting. It's pure coincidence, though.
But you know, there was a day we completely ran out of beans. So one of my men had the bright idea to make Songhui instant coffee.
And of course, there's instant coffee.
Oh. Hope she didn't get too pissed.
Did she like
What'd
it in
she
the
end up
end?
saying?
I see you've bought new coffee. Best I've had so far.
I knew it. There we go.
Oh, and I heard that. I couldn't help but notice how much instant coffee has improved
And there it is.
how little I had.
Absolutely.
It was a bitter cup to swallow. I'll say that much.
Nice pun. That's a double meaning. A bitter cup to swallow. Using an
Dang.
American idiom for
At
the
least
pun.
you did your job?
Yeah, so Casca is a very emotional person, right? So he just plays with the blows. When it doesn't agree with his perspective, he just be like, oh, that's neat. You know, he's very encouraging. But Hanjogi is a very orthodox person. He is incredibly disciplined, but he also acts on his perceptions of being serious and being effortful, right? However, like most things that provide variety, there are people that like certain things, people that don't. And then those things that they like or dislike can be improved. It can be reiterated. So, just a slight digression. Yesterday, was it yesterday? No. Yes, yesterday, I had Domino's for the first time in 15 years. And they had more than just pizza now. So I had the loaded tots and the they call it an oven sandwich. What it turns out to be is ciabatta, and they use ciabatta bread. I was thinking like maybe something else, but it was delightful. And I dare say, good on them. The tots were like, the way they cooked it was the loaded tots was it had a really interesting way of like overcooking, crisping the bottom, and then leaving the top like flaky. It was great. It was a texture wonderland. So, you know, I understand there's always this cynicism about the varying nature of franchise quality in the United States, and that is statistically quite accurate. The varying level of quality. While you have a country like Japan, Wet Kitchen is wete, or maybe it's just wet. Is a franchise, right? It's eliciting a franchise. This is why this is relevant. Sorry. It's a franchise. However, Japan is a country that has incredible public discipline, so incredible consistency in, especially in franchises. So when you go to a place, it's universally, if it's good, if it's prepared a certain way that you like, it's consistent through all of it. And sure enough, it's reflective of its culture. In the United States, you know, you look outside, the whole grass is greener on the other side kind of thing. You look on the other side, it's like, man, why did all of Japan's McDonald's are always so good? So here's the catch 20, the catch 20. If you happen to not like Japan's standards of McDonald's, you would dislike all of them consistently. So here's a counterpoint. The culture in the United States reflects the varying nature of quality, quote unquote, perceived quality of someone. So when you find a McDonald's you like in the United States, that McDonald's is not reflective because it's locally managed and whatnot, just like Japan, right? But that McDonald's become unique in the sense that it is probably going to be difficult to reflectively get that mix of whatever it is that you desire consistently throughout, because it's reflective of the American culture. Individualism is far more promoted than communal. So what is the variety of variability in it? Well, it creates a variability in most things too. In education, Excel, the range is gigantic, but it doesn't. There are drawbacks to consistency too, versus the long range of individualism. So like excellers down to disinterest. So dislike is incredible. You can become really disliked. So there's hatred, right? I know a lot of times we hyper focus on that, but there's also incredible passion that exceeds the consistency of Japanese culture. So while you're trading off consistency, you have incredible highs and incredible lows, and that's reflective of their respective cultures. Japan tends to be incredibly inherent to a standard, but what is the trade-off? As a person who's raised in a Chinese household, when I don't meet that standards, you do not have alternatives. That's one of the standards, right? That's a consequence and a trade-off of incredibly stringent consistency. In order to achieve that, you are not adaptive. You refrain from changing. So if the thing works, fantastic. You continue to consistently work well. When things hit the fan, you are no longer adaptive, and it takes an incredibly long time to adapt to anything. In the United States, it's the opposite, generally speaking. Like, what I mean is, it's kind of a mix because you can find amalgamations of things, but the culturalism relies on the idea that you will make mistakes. There will be highs and lows. There will be mixed feelings. And as a part American, I love that part. I love that people dislike certain things and people like certain things, because it creates the improvements in instant coffee. It creates the improvements in franchise burgers. What I mean is, it creates alternative. It forces innovation. There's competition. There's pros and cons to things. when you are consistently satisfied with a consistent standard, you stagnate. Now let's think about just a slight digression into something serious, and they haven't touched upon this yet. RGG has not touched upon this yet, and the stagnation of the Japanese culture. There are very real things that are happening in Japan. Oh, they did sort of touch it actually. In Yakuza 5, in Yakuza 5, they talked about there was a guy who was a restaurant owner who turned politician or wanted to be and they talk about the birth rate and the balance between favoring the elder versus promoting youth and listening to youth to promote more youth success. And right now, because of the consistency of the Japanese culture, they are refractory to change. And because of that refractory to change, there are 2 or 3 very pivotal issues that are non-sustainable in Japanese culture. While meanwhile, yeah, you could be a Japanese person looking at the United States like, dude, they argue all the time. Like, what the heck? How do they even function when all they're constant doing is complaining and changing things over and over again? Why don't they just have one set of rules and follow them? Well, what the United States is not exchanging is the United States is filled with incredibly scrappy people who are constantly used to having arguments, constantly trying to better themselves to solve conflicts, because they're constantly in conflict. And that's kind of a trade-off. It's a counterpoint. If you're constantly not arguing and being challenged and having conflicts of interest, how are you expected to be practiced in solving it? And that's kind of the thing. And it can be very exhausting in the United States, I agree. Sometimes it's great to have a standard, and if it's a desirable standard overall, we should adhere to it. So you can take lessons from both sides. And this game is doing that in a way, because they are trying to appeal to an Americanized audience. Specifically, because even Hanjogi just made in an American idiom, right? Like a lot of American idioms are in this game. So they're trying to bridge this. I think Yakuza Like a Dragon series is a great little deep cut device for maybe younger gamers or older gamers to appreciate how creative they have to get to make at least someone like myself who's in Asian American to feel both sides. Like on the one hand, I really appreciate the orthodoxy and the consistency of the Japanese culture and Chinese and Korean, because they're kind of representative in this game series now, versus the just United States contrast, because they are using American English and American idioms and jokes. So good. It's so good. And I say this not because there isn't a best, right? To be really, if you're trying to truly understand what it's like to get in the head of a multicultural game, group, person, you have to understand that when you ask someone like me, at least, I'll speak for myself, what is best, I live life knowing there isn't a best. I live life accepting there isn't a best. Because if there was a best, I would have to reject a part of my heritage. And that's incredibly ignorant, but also reasonably understandable from someone who lives a life thinking there are rights and wrongs. I absolutely respect that. You have clarity, forethought, and conviction, right? I'm not a product of that. I wouldn't be a product of that if my parents stuck to their convictions, right? If they were truly in the nationalistic perspective and orthodoxy and meeting standards, I would not be born in the United States, right? Because immigration and moving and changing of environments require a rejection of orthodoxy. And that's what, in my opinion, one of the big things that kind of hurt my soul a little bit, because I really love the Japanese culture, but it's also struggling with the very thing that the original settlers of the United States had to reject at some point to make my life and my parents' immigration to the United States possible. And that's what Japan is gonna address, or is currently addressing. I don't really have to convince anyone that that's what's occurring, right? The idea of solving the problem of potentially adulterating their purist approach to their culture, which I absolutely love because it's so isolated, so unique, at the expense of solving pragmatic issues like the aging population and the non-sustainability. So the question is, would you be stubborn enough to let your culture die in response, as opposed to sharing that legacy with a lot of different other groups of people? And this cast of RGG represents so much of that. That Zhao and Hanjogi is in this group. And I hope their next game, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, represents that too. And what wonderful way of showing that than choosing Hawaii, a very eclectic interface between the West and the East in the United States. And we knew from the recent trailer that it's most definitely Hawaii, because literally they mentioned that and inferred that Kiryu is going to Hawaii to help out a certain goofball, Casca, out of trouble. But anyways, I say this with the most endearment of all. I really like that there are people that are ignorant, who have like preferences, who have different experiences. It's all good. It's all part of the richness. Just my opinion. If you feel like I might have maybe personally diminished your position, or anyone who's watching this listens, like, it's out of endearment. It's really endearing to be like Casca, who he's a blockhead. And that's so great because his life shaped him. You're not looking to be the best you. You're looking to be loved and share that love with other people. Looking for the best and the right and wrong in things prevents someone from universally loving life. So, as much as I want to embrace Chinese propensity to be incredibly pragmatic and efficient about decisions, it does sacrifice a lot of compassion and even self-satisfaction. Let's see, beef bowls. Let's go.
Who's hungry?
Me!
There we
Nothing
go.
like an extra large beef bowl to satisfy a working man's hunger.
There.
Got that right. I used to eat here every other meal.
But
Checks
you know
out.
what? I probably should downsize. Guess that's the old age talking.
Oh wait, this is the same table talk.
Come on, man.
I think
you
I've
really
heard
think
this
you're
one.
that old? All right, let's order up some more. Ready to get your grub on?
Cute. Oh, that's right. You get, yeah, extra
Of
large.
course you would order the exact same thing.
Oh.
Hey, if it's too much for
Okay, okay, okay. So you get to trigger the same table talk, but you can choose a different choice. I actually, by preference, I chose the same response
you,
again
I could
because I
always help you
recognize
out.
this. So let's
Here,
try the
let me have
others.
some.
I'll be my guest. How about I take the meat and leave you the rice?
Yeah,
You sly old devil.
yeah, I did the same the first time. So let's try the other ones.
ありがとうございました。
I think maybe the other ones count as a different trigger.
Who's hungry?
Me! This miso soup really warms you up.
Oh, never mind.
You choke on a tofu or something?
No, it's just my soup's all watery.
Ugh, I hate it when they make it like that. It's practically inedible at that point. At least they got mine right.
Mine tastes just fine. Guess Kasuga-kun's the odd man out.
Yeah, I've had hot water that tastes better.
Oof.
Think of it as reduced sodium. It's healthier.
Yeah, better than getting kidney stones, right?
If I want less sodium, it should be up to me, damn it.
That's good. That's good. I like it.
ありがとうございました。
I'm not entirely sure if that's a Japanism. I don't think it's a Japanism. I think that's more of an Americanism. You're finding euphemism, like silver linings, but it's clearly just not meeting standards. I think a more Japanese response is closer to Kasuga, where like you meet standards, and that's just it. You just gotta meet standards. But Jiao did the pragmatic thing. It's like, well, you know, at least you're not consuming a lot of sodium. uh,
いらっしゃいませ。
let's try again. This is fun. Can I get the other option again?
Who's hungry?
Me!
Aw, okay. Never mind. I'm mistaken. You can't like
ありがとうございました。
forcefully trigger the same table talk again until maybe you need to zone or something, and then pick a different choice. And consistency breeds intolerance, by the way. That's kind of a hot take. And what I mean by breeding intolerance, it's not necessarily a bad or a good thing. Intolerance creates high standards or consistent standards. They're one and the same. But it also does not allow for creativity or variability, right? That's the literal antagonistic trade-off. You can't be creative or straying away from the standardized path, so there will be less innovation or perhaps improvements. So, for example, I would argue that instant coffee probably didn't develop that well, only because the standards were already set for instant coffee, until someone truly goes against the grain and decides, nah, to heck with instant coffee, we can make it better. It has to be incentivized. But generally speaking, the ones that take most of the risk are the ones that also inherently have a chance to fail more often. So that's why you have the larger variability. And the Japanese culture breeds incredible iterations and safe, consistent practices. So, ironically though, in terms of video games, the more they try, so here's a great deep cut. The later games of RGG history, when they continue to try to expand and include a bigger audience, the relative potential that went up, and they managed to seize that potential. And I fear every time a new game comes out now, it has a potential to slump too. But what that's doing is they are attempting to break away from the mold of iteration and safe design. And that to me is why I really enjoy and admire the risk that Sega in general, like all their IPs, are taking. However, it's almost it's very easy to say that in order to expand and include and appeal to a larger audience, they have to become less Japanese minded, right? It's not discriminatory or anything. In order to appeal to another culture, you have to learn about that culture and inherently incorporate it into your design. So the games will naturally feel far more uneven over time because you're appealing to a larger group. The attempt to standardize trying to appeal to many people, that's when you start getting that dramatic pool of haters and likers alike. You get the gatekeepers for the lighters, and you get the haters for the exclusion because they're the out group. However, in their approach, it's become so confusing. It's a mixed bag, and now these games, if they get an 8, it's a 10. That's how I'm seeing it. If they manage an 8, having to do all of this, you knocked it out of the park. Imagine trying to accommodate 10 people with different palettes as opposed to 10 people with the same palettes. That's like serving your video games to Japanese people and then serving your games to Americans and Japanese people. It's incredibly difficult, and it's incredibly admirable. It doesn't make other people feel any better or worse. It makes people feel better and worse about things because they are when you expand stuff, it's not pandering to you anymore. You're not making a Souls-like game for Souls-like fans. You're making a game for people who may like or don't like Souls games. That kind of thing. And that created another thing that I was afraid about, the bleeding Japanese culturalism into game design and creativity. Without this is debatable what I'm about to say, but easily acceptable in my opinion by Japanese industry or executives and veterans and possibly other people who work in the gaming industry. Japanese video games had stagnated for like 2 decades. And now Japanese industry has gone through a renaissance, as in like it's exploded. What was one of the biggest trends? The internet. They started approaching game design globally. So all the games are now incredibly eclectic. Capcom had a renaissance because they continue to take risks by not pandering to just the fans into Japanese things. Although it can work the other way. If you have a closed ecosystem, like just a closed ecosystem as in you offer a unique product that only you can offer, which is what worked for Japan for a really long time, in my opinion. Nintendo. They're the only ones making Mario games, right? They're the only ones making Zelda games. And it's still unique, and your competition haven't wanted to touch that. That's fair. The alternative is to try to do all of that and take on the mixed bag and have more W's than L's. Capcom. Right? And now it's the second renaissance of Japanese video games. I love Japanese video games when it was novel, when they were being established, and they're so good at making it better, like iterating on the same consistency of ideas over and over again. In fact, that's how Like a Dragon becomes such a staple. They started with consistency. They took what they were worked and continue reiterating. But now that's no longer the game. It's like it's no longer the philosophy. Now they're breaking all their rules deliberately over and over again. They're constantly taking risks, and I hope that the gamers, I guess, including myself, I'm preaching to myself, obviously. Others can appreciate that games should be taking risks. I feel it's a disservice to place so much pressure on developers to satisfy everyone. In fact, a gaming experience can be negative and it would still be satisfying. It can be negative, it can be positive. When you go on a trip, are you really expecting 100% of your trip to be always cloud nine? There are going to be things you have to drive. Maybe driving is not your favorite thing to do, but it's a necessity to get to what you want. And that used to be gaming, because Japan was novel to people who grew up elsewhere. Japanese philosophy, cultures, designs were incredibly novel. Then they stagnated because they're consistently putting out all that good stuff, right? All the stuff that they've owned for a long time, but they didn't break the mold anymore. They were no longer innovators. And now they are again. And that's fantastic. Because if there's anyone that can think of clever things, you gotta leave it up to the originators of video games, right? Sort of. I'm overgeneralizing now. But it's encouraging others to do so too. But the Western side of things, now you have the flip situation. They're constantly taking risks. And then they noticed that what the Japanese industry does is, they like to iterate, right? You got to iterate and keep refining and do incremental things. So while the Western side of things constantly take risks and try to like make themselves unique and stand out because they're individualistic central type of design, they caught on to the Japanese side of things where like, oh yeah, we should iterate. Just small improvements, constantly small improvements. But now that's stagnating too, right? Like they've achieved it, but that reached stagnation. So in this current day and age right now, the game industry, taking risk and variety has somehow slightly, only slightly, it's a inflection point right now, has taken an edge over iteration. So if you're a creature of habit and you're a consistency, that's not the trend anymore at the moment. I'm going to say like it's only slightly, like 51% versus 49%. It was an overwhelming time what Japan set as a standard of iteration. It was like, I would say 80 to 20%. 80 people wanted the same things, same consistent quality. I want my food the same way every single time. I want my games only less than 10% different from the game that I loved over and over again. But now I think it's edging out. It's about a renaissance now. And renaissance don't mean a golden age of consistency. Renaissance tend to be a golden age of innovation. And all the games, who's breaking all the molds? I mean, even FromSoft isn't releasing a Souls game. They're going to try to work on things that they have. They're releasing Armored Core this year. It's breaking away. And for better or for worse, you might hate it or you might not love it, games are an adventure. Every time you start up a game, I don't know if I'm going to like or dislike the game. That's why I pay for the experience. There was a time when you didn't know you're going to like things or hate things before you buy them. And that time might be edging out now. I think people enjoy trusting others on good intentions and looking for the good intentions, looking for the redeemable quality in creative works, not projecting your own preferences and telling people what you already knew was true and paying for that experience. It's really weird, in my opinion, to want to pay $60 for an experience you know you're going to have. Just my 2 cents. That's a slightly longer digression. My bad. All this comes from playing RGG games. Thank you, RGG. Alright, let's go in here and see if we can find a table talk. Yeah. I think you just have to order everything. This cafe shares overlapping menu with the exception of the creme latte and the Neapolitan. Dialogue?
Who's hungry?
Me! Nothing like the smell of fresh mocha.
You really love coffee, don't you?
I do. And this mocha's some of the best I've had.
You know, what's the difference between mocha,
Oh, I heard this
Kilimanjaro,
one.
Blue Mountain, and all that? Is it the flavor or the value or what?
Well, different varieties have different prices. For instance, Kopi Luwak's worth 10 grand. And that's only for 200 grams.
People drop that much on coffee? What a world. Those beans made of gold?
Believe it or not, they're taken from the dropping.
Just so you know, the Kobe Luwak, that is so pop culture relevant. Like, I just by coincidence came across the fad or like the trend in coffee and stuff, and yeah, totally on point. They feed, I think, cherry, like the beans, but like it's like a combination of a diet to a cat, and then the cat poops it out, and then they clean the thing and then package it to make coffee. Like, it's real, it's a thing, and it's interesting.
Of a muscat. There's not a lot in production either, so it's got high scarcity value.
You mean this is cat shit coffee? And it's worth 10 grand? I guess people will do anything to wake up in the morning.
I don't know. I kind of want to try it. Should I let you know if I get my hands on some?
Yeah, that's a hard pass. I take my caffeine crap free.
I don't think I'm not sure if it counts if you trigger the same table talk. Let me see if it counts if you, because there are there are like 30 table talks, and you only you need to discover 20 of them. 14. Okay. No. As long as we're triggering them, it's fine. Can you, Zhao, Eddie, please. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, let's save and quickly switch to the Japanese track, so to listen to the conclusion to Hanjogi's little the bond thing, so that the meter doesn't keep showing up reminding me. It's like, hey, oh, I didn't look at the other two positions for the girls. But that's fine. Go get it. Yeah, it's not instantaneous dub tracks. You have to restart the game. Well, not the entire game. Just have to go back to the title screen. Okay. This is the moment for the transition for the Jingon Mafia into the Golmijo.
よう、マスター。このグラスなんだよ。誰も飲まねえなら俺飲んじゃおうか。せこいこと言うんじゃねえよ、ったく。ついさっきまでそこに半純義がいたんだ。半純義？でも、じゃああいつどこ行ったんだよ。急に店を出てってな。電話で誰かに呼び出されたみたいだ。呼び出された？そういやあいつ。人言派の残党だかに狙われてるとかって話だったな。なあマスター、半純義は今店出てったばかりか。ああ、おめえさんとほとんど入れ違いだった。分かった、ちょっと俺様子見てくるわ。頼んだ酒も飲まねえでよ。慌ててどこ行くんだい、半純義。おっと、よ奇遇だな。
自分で言ってて恥ずかしくないんですか？
何かだよ。
最初から気がついてましたよ。あなたに尾行されていたのは、気づかないふりをしてたのは、人前で恥をかかせたくなかったからです。だからこうして人気の少ないところにお招きしたわけで。
そうか。いや、まあそうだよな。
春日さんは私を心配してくれたのでしょ。責める気はありません。しかも都合のいいことに、今はちょうど手をお借りしたい状況だったんです。一人では入りづらい場所に行きたいんですよ。少しお付き合いいただけますか？
へえ、あんたからそんな風に誘ってもらえるなんてな。半純義。
たまにはいい。
Man, I really like the swirly that type of pattern when they're it's a very common thing that they do with the outfits that deal with hosting and whatnot. I really like that type of pattern. With the palette really is wonderful. It's a combination of different whites and blacks added to a specific color. So it's just variances of white and black blues basically for his outfit, and then very chaotic but at the same time elegantly repeating.
ここってストリップ小屋？しかもショーやってねえし。
ええ、見ての通りです。
どういうことなんだ？なんでこんなところに？
実を言うと、私のことをつけていたのは春日さんだけではなかったんです。しかし彼らはコミジュルの目が届くところではなかなか姿を現してくれないものですから。
我々の監視に気がついていたわけか。ヨンス。なのにこんな人気のない場所に誘い込んだ。
ヨンスではない。私は半純義だよ。懐かしい諸君。久しぶりだ。
影武者が本物のボスにとって変わる気か？そんな真似を俺たちが許すとでも？
こいつらって。
ええ、人言派の生き残りです。半純義の名を聞きつけてきたのでしょう。コミジュルによれば7人が偉人帳で私を監視していたようです。その全員が私の周りに現れたと報告が入りました。つまり今なら彼らを一網打尽にできる。
だからここにおびき出したってことか。
さすがに私一人では手に余ります。が、折よく春日さんが私をつけてきてくれました。あなたの助けを期待しても構わないでしょうか。
だったら一言言ってくれりゃよかったろ。なんでこんな土壇場で言うんだよ。
言えばあなたは顔に出てしまいますから。私があなたに求めるのは器用さじゃありません。
人言派はいずれ必ず立て直す。だがお前にそのボスたる資格はない。軽々しく半純義を語るな、裏切り者。
Yeah, man, the Japanese Hanjugi sounds incredibly more confident. Like, oh, right, they're drunk. Okay. But the Hanjungi in the English one is so delicate. He sounds so delicate. He still sounds sure of himself in a sense, but it's more from like a shy and reserved perspective, as opposed to more of a or calculated, like cold, calculated personality. So different. I'm a sap, so I'm more of the delicate, touchy-feely kind of dude when it comes to like endearment of characters. The host just carries a bottle of champagne. That's kind of funny. Hey, you need to get over your drunkenness, Asuka. What are you doing? Wait, does he still pull out? Oh, okay. Still kicks people. Oh, you finally came out of your stupor. This is a very touching resolution. Here.
春日さん油断なさらずに、ここから一人も逃がさないでください。
ねえ、分かったよ。けど、これ以上こいつらをどうする気だ？もう十分だろ。まさか命まで取るってわけじゃねえよな。
さて、どうでしょうね。
キム・ヨンスにそんな真似はできん。顔形だけの半純義、半端者だ。ボスが死んだ時もカムロ町で逃げるしかなかった。筋金入りの役立たず。どうなんだ、言い訳してみろ。何のための影武者だった？
確かに私は本来の影武者としては機能できなかった。役立たずと言われようが返す言葉もない。その通りです。しかし今、私が反順義でいる理由はあなた方のためなんですよ。人言派を乗っ取る気などありません。
なんだと？
話してみろよ。どういう意味なんだい？
反順義が殺され、組織が壊滅したあの日、それからあなた方はどこで何をしていました？
なんだと？何が言いたい？
おそらくどこにも行き場のないまま地を這うように生きてきたのではありませんか？我々は反順義というリーダーのおかげでやっと居場所を得ていた組織の人間。よりどころはそこにしかなかった。組織を失った後はどこにも受け入れてくれる場所はなかったはずです。実際私もそうでした。偉人帳のコミジュルに救われたのは運が良かっただけに過ぎません。だから私は行き場のないあなた方にも同じように手が差し伸べられるようにしたかった。しかし尻尻になって地下に潜ったあなた方を探し出す術はありませんでした。となると、こちらから探すのではなく、そちらから偉人帳に出向いてきてもらえばいい。もしも死んだはずのボスがいると噂に聞けば、あなた方は事情を確かめずにいられないはずです。 そしてその正体がボスの名を語る影武者だったとしたら、
そのまま見過ごしちゃおけねえ。制裁を加えてやろうと考える。つまり偉人帳にやってくるわけだ。ちょうど今のこいつらのように。
俺たちを救うためだと。
Self-sacrificial martyrdom.
ところで、私のことを嗅ぎ回っていたならコミジュルの名も聞いたはずです。しかしコミジュルの者たちがどんな羊なのかはまず知ることはできなかったでしょう。
コミジュルの出自。
コミジュルは韓国から断続的に送り込まれ、カムロ町に敗れていった人言派の内ウドたちです。
何
？1980年以降、ちりぢりに落ち延びた彼らが偉人帳というグレーゾーンにたどり着いた。だからコミジュルには私やあなた方に手を差し伸べる用意がある。この手を取ってもらうために私は反順義を名乗り続けているんです。
Ugh,
生き
that
場をな
line,
くした同胞
that's
た
so
ちを
deep.
最後の一人まで救うまで。
そうか、そういうことだったのか。
ああ、ったくよ。どこまでも一人でカッコつ
Why
け
you
るっ
always
て。
gotta be so cool.
あなたにはご迷惑をおかけしました。感謝していますよ、春日さん。
さっきの連中はコミジュルに合流するって？
ええ。迎え入れてくれる場所が一つあれば、人は外に向かって戦う勇気を持つことができます。コミジュルを足場に、いずれは自立してもらいたい。私はそう考えています。
真面目か。チャラい格好してるくせに。
この姿は私の敬愛したボスのものです。それを茶化すのは見過ごせませんね。
お、え、マジなんだって。冗談だよ。
冗談でも言っていいことと悪いことがあります。そして今のは許される言葉ではありません。あなたでなければですがね。
ん？
自分の素性をここまで明かしてしまったのは孫妃の他にあなただけです。あなたにはもう隠すことがなくなってしまった。
どうだい、そいつはさぞすっきりしたんじゃねえか。
悔しいですがそのようですね。たまには仮面を外すのも悪くない。すると我々はもう友人ということでいいんでしょうか、春日さん。
らしくねえな。そいつを言葉で確かめるのは野暮ってもんだぜ。
これは失礼を。
He's so uptight. That is great to see friendship loosening up people. Alright, alright. Tied for third. Alright. Go back. Flashbang. Alright. I gotta do a extended bathroom break, so I gotta go to the bathroom. So we're totally just gonna have this play in the background. Be right back. Okay. Alright. Alright, so let's back to the table talk. Farming ish. Yep, 2 bars. Let's go.
いらっしゃいませ。
Ooh, those skewers though. Man. Oh man, crunchy fried chicken skin. It's been a long time. Alright.
Who's hungry?
Me! Okay, let me dish you guys up.
Who are you trying to impress, Sachan? Just sit back and relax, would you? You don't gotta put on the classy lady act for us.
Oh? And just what is that supposed to mean?
Well,
If you think I'm doing this to earn brownie points from you nerds, you're wrong. I only serve because that's the power play.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep, purely self-motivated. Same thing when girls offer to divvy up the salad.
I don't get it.
I'm saying, a girl who takes the initiative to serve the boys is really just angling for a better plate for herself.
Dang, you guys think on a whole nother level.
seriously though, here I was thinking girls were just showing some generosity.
Well, you're free to believe what you like.
Okay, then I believe you're a kind, sensitive soul whose willingness to serve us chicken is but one of your many acts of compassion.
And there it is.
Yeah, like a mother. That's why you heap on the salad with all that extra love and care.
You did not just compare me to a mother. You two are so dense. And by the way, don't leave those skewers lying out. You'll stab yourselves.
Thanks, Mom.
Oh, shut up.
Man.
Delicious.
Man, that is
ありがとうございました.
that is like wholesome overload. That is incredibly sweet. All right.
いらっしゃいませ.
Try the Harbor Light. Potato wedges. Oh. You know, pasta sticks, man. I can get behind that. What is this? Nori? Oh, yeah. Okay. I can get behind that too. Man, but that spicy beef soup though.
Who's hungry?
Me!
So this is Japan's take on Cookpop. I actually like it.
Tasty, isn't it? I know it's not the real thing, but it's good in its own way.
I would have to agree. Whoever made this really knows what they're doing.
Huh? Is something wrong?
Wasn't this the place that had problems with the komijul?
Yeah, it was.
I'm aware we're responsible for that. I should meet with the owner and apologize.
Don't. We're past that already. Better to let those wounds heal than reopen them, right? If you really want to make amends, let's focus on our mission. That way, the people here can live in peace.
Kasuga-san, you're right. That was wise.
If anything, why not buy local whenever you go out? That's another way of giving back energy, right?
That's fine, but won't that take forever? What I should do is hop on a bicycle generator and go full power.
I'm not sure that's gonna be any faster.
Oh man. I like the full send on the commitment of sounding serious there. Full send. I guess we're heading this way. We want to get here and here. Oh, we could also rope down to Sumire to see upgrades. This is the Gomi Jules restaurant hidden back door place. Also a BBQ place.
いらっしゃい.
Have a samkatan. Very refreshing soup dish.
Who's hungry?
Me!
Sometimes all you need is a little greens.
Yeah, I bet grubbing on wild plants really takes you back, huh?
This has nothing to do with being homeless. Just thought these were good, okay?
Hey, man, it's cool. Anyway, you call this stuff Sanchu, right? It's giving me salad vibes.
It's like lettuce. Actually, the two are related. Anyway, whenever you're eating Korean food, try wrapping the meat in sangchu. That's how we do it.
Okay, then whatever goes good with Sanchu, let's order that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh,
this.
yeah. crispy pork and crunchy sangchu. Now there's a match made in heaven.
Indeed.
I see you've picked the right dish. Congratulations.
What can I say? I was inspired.
Classic pairing. They even have Perella leaves.
Delicious.
Wait, was Sangchu Perella leaves? Are they the one and the same? Oh, they might be referring to the... No. Sangchu is more, yeah, more leafy, yeah. But Perella leaves are a staple too. Eddie, please, you're in front of the door. I need to get out. Thank you. No food. Oh, there is. Yeah, let's run down to the highball. At the same time, run down to Sumire's place. A romance workshop. See what kind of... Don't get hit. Thank you. Okay.
Everything's spinning.
One too many.
That was too many.
I didn't realize they had unique dialogue for
Hey, you guys want to hear a scary story?
Where'd that come from?
Oh, I heard.
Sure,
Yeah, we
whatever.
heard this one.
I was at a laundromat a little while back, and as anyone would, I put my clothes in the dryer. When there was about 5 or so minutes left, my cell rang, and I went outside to talk.
And
For 10 minutes, I hung up and went back inside. The dryer was still going. And the time left? 30 minutes.
whoa, that is freaky.
Did you extend the time or something?
Of course not. Why would I do that? Yeah, no good dryer shrank my favorite shirt because of that. The thing got all tight. Still wore it, though.
You still wore it?
Didn't think this story could get scarier, but
That's a double meaning. I love it. Namba's imagining Adachi in a tight shirt. Alright, are we getting EX? Maybe EX is not... Yeah, double EX. Wait, this isn't creating another double EX? What the heck? Okay, hold up. We need to, so she's already EX +1. How high do these things go? Where's the one at? The microphone. Here it is. High density. 2 mil. Oh, actually, I guess we're looking for damage, right? I want to know how high this goes.
Just a finishing touch. Wow.
Does it just keep going?
Nice.
It's getting really expensive, yo.
That's what I'm talking about.
I thought it gets to double EX. Maybe that's not how that works. Alright, yes, let's... Oh, that does give him magic.
Looking good. It works, right? Nice.
Do these weapons not cap?
That's what I'm talking about.
I feel like it's hard to believe these weapons don't cap. But we could do the... I guess we could do the Millennium Tower one more time for some cash, because we need cash, man. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure maybe they don't cap. What is in here? Oh. Okay. I was expecting.
The strip club? That's an old-timey building.
Hey, check it out, Ichiban. They're looking for part-timers.
900 yen an hour, huh?
Think
Hey.
about it. Make a little money, 2 birds, 1 stone, huh?
2 birds, 1 stone? Getting paid's 1 bird, so what's the other?
Huh? Oh, well, the feeling of contributing to the betterment of society?
Pull that out of your ass, didn't you?
I'm kidding. But I should tell you, it's not like you'd be able to watch the show.
What?
I know the guy who runs the place, and they're looking for someone to help with ticketing and equipment.
Oh, I see.
They can also pick up on whether or not someone's got an ulterior motive almost instantly.
Ulterior motive? What? Nonsense. I'm just looking for good, honest work.
Mm-hmm. Whatever you say.
Guess a job's a job, no matter where you're at.
One too many.
Everything's spinning.
So good. Yeah. Going up here. Almost got hit. Let's eat here. This hole in the wall. Gal had something to say here. Oh yeah, this is where ooh. This though, the pepper steak. And they had shumai here, yeah. Shark fin soup. A thing of the past.
Who's hungry?
Me! This is so good. I could eat this almond jelly non-stop.
Well, if I recall, people used to take this when they were sick to help the medicine go down.
Indeed.
Yeah? Well, whoever thought that up is a genius. I mean, who says no to dessert?
Next time I'm sick, I'm taking the pills with this.
That happens too.
Well, you really should stick to water.
Debatable.
Delicious.
Oh, that was unique. Now I feel like now I feel like we should do this more than once because it's specific combinations, like specific items. Since I'm ordering the whole menu, we don't know how many there are.
Who's hungry?
Me! Hits the spot. The Chinese know how to do beer, let me tell you.
That's an interesting.
Oh, I know. Goes perfect
From
with
our-
the food.
Sure does. Which reminds me, we need to order. Can't drink on an empty stomach.
And what's it gonna be?
Empty stomach? Carbs.
Am I losing it, or did you just order fried rice? Beer?
Yeah, not the best combo, is it?
Sorry, I wanted to make a goofball choice. Something fatty probably go. Oh, let's keep going. I think the other choice was pepper steak.
Who's hungry?
Me! This shark fin soup is something else. It's so good.
Oh, are they gonna talk about it? The shark
I'm
fin
glad
thing?
you're enjoying yourself, Sachan. Wonder what's actually in here, though. No way it's really shark, right?
Yeah, there it is.
Huh? Ichiban. Why else would they call it shark fin soup?
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't know.
the cartilage
Are you
is provided
serious?
from
Yep,
something else.
You're eating real shark right now.
Like the ones that eat people?
Well,
Probably
not
not.
exactly. Great whites aren't really for cooking. I don't actually know what kind of shark it is, but it is real, that's for sure.
It's
That's
likely a
crazy.
dogfish, but
Who would have thought man's greatest enemy would taste so good?
shark fins are not a thing.
Only
Either.
you would think about it that way.
2019. It'd be very rare,
Delicious.
but I would imagine it's a dogfish, which is like they're sharks too. It's just I don't know why they got the name dogfish, but it's probably dogfish. We got the 20 chats, so
This place looks like something out of one of those kung fu movies I watched as a kid.
right.
Yeah, for sure.
Got this one.
Oh, I love kung fu movies. They come up with the craziest martial arts moves.
I've always liked snake style. Oh, that stance is so cool.
No. Gotta be Shaolin kung fu for me.
You know any martial arts, Zhao?
I know a little drunken fist.
Yo, that's where you fight drunk, right? You gotta show us.
Sure. But I'm gonna need you to buy me some beer first. And some snacks, too. A little cheese and edamame sound great right now.
Hey, you just tried to get free food and drinks. You have to ask.
Pragmatic. Pragmatic. Zhao, man. Zhao's the English voice actor. Love it. Okay. I don't think we're having too much luck with this last task.
One too many.
Everything's spinning.
Eddie's saying everything's spinning doesn't get old. Drink responsibly. Drink responsibly, people. You know? This is a video game. Alright, let's run up there. I know that we have to look for 2 others elsewhere. This might be a rate limiting step here, because it's kind of gacha related. I don't know if they despawn. The one thing that's not clear right now is, if they're on a spawn timer, do they despawn after spawning? Because if they do, that's kind of tough. There's one in the... okay. Alright, you know what? Let's take a gamble. Let's go to Gotoku and... it's our last task. Other than enjoying if there's any conversations that come up. I don't think there's any trigger on the placeholder. Cities. I don't think there's table talk either. Oh.
Hey, there's an autograph of
Oh,
Moe
there
Tanaka.
was. I remember
Who's
this
that?
one.
She's what's called an underground idol.
Oh, didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Nanba.
I wouldn't say I'm into it. I just had an interest at one point.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Based on the signature we've got here, that would place this shot from about 6 years ago. Pretty rare, actually.
Sounds like you had more than an interest, dude.
Nah, Moepan stopped signing her name that way after her second record tour is all.
Not you too.
That was
Dorks. Freaking dorks. Over here.
Is it just me, or do the people here speak like comedians?
This is the Osaka thing.
Even regular conversations are like a manzai comedy. One person plays the fool, and one doesn't give a shit.
Well, I don't know. I think it'd be pretty cool if everyday conversations were funnier. All right, Sachan, hit me with a punchline.
You're asking me?
Yeah, let's see what you got.
Yeah, I can't just come up with something on the spot.
You're not even trying to play a fool.
There's a reason for that.
Uh-huh. Indeed. There's most definitely a reason for that. Oh, there she is. We found her. Why ain't you the fine-looking sprout? Got something to show ya. Two things. Matter of fact, a honk and a honk. That's right. Today you get to be grandma's boy for a paltry 50,000. Alright. There you go. Aggressive honk honks. Those sounds.
That was
One too
and
many.
everything's spinning.
Oh, you get personality points for that. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Alright. So, I'm feeling a little lucky. Let's go to Kamurocho. Okay. That was luck based right there. You know? I know how it sounds too, feeling lucky about that. I can't empathize with it, so I have no comments about it. I understand the connotation, just it doesn't resonate with me. This is purely a task. Alright. No? We squeeze on in here? Oh, you can actually just straight up walk in here. Darn it. What's in this thing?
Should I open it?
Do I have keys?
Wait.
I do. A war god talisman. That's kinda alright. Really not as great as it once were.
So this is Kamurocho's famous hotel district.
Whoa, guys. That hotel over there says there's no vacancy.
Yeah, so what?
Well, it's noon, for crying out loud. The sun's still high in the sky. What gives?
Wow. I think you know what gives.
You mean to tell me the couples are getting it on at this hour? Ugh, if the Demon Lord wants this godforsaken city, he can have it.
The Demon Lord has better things to do, man.
You saying you're desperate for action, Adachi-san?
That was
One too
and
many.
everything's spinning.
That's fair. Oh, we've listened to 70 of the 100. Oh, is there more comments about Kamurocho Hills and how it's never open? Sorry. That was a little aggressive. I want my Kamurocho Hills, gosh darn it. Always on the outside. Why, RGG? Why you do this to me? Even tease with like a walkway and stuff. And bugs like golden spiders. The heck is that just something sticking out of the ground? There's gotta be a conversation here, right? No? Really? Oh.
Kamurocho Hills? This definitely wasn't here before.
It's as tall as the Millennium Tower, and that itself is huge.
Hey, would you bungee jump off the top for 1,000,000 yen?
Yeah,
Are
we
you
heard this
kidding
one.
me? I wouldn't even go up to the roof.
I'd do it.
Oh yeah? You good with heights?
Nope, scared shitless. But knowing me, I'd pass out the moment I jumped, as a defense mechanism, you see. Then they'd hoist me up like a rag doll, and I'd wake up a millionaire.
How smooth.
I wouldn't give you the money on principle.
That was
One too
and
many.
spinning.
You know, I gotta find out what this. I didn't really ever really know. What do you do with these? Press. Okay. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Let's go look. Yeah, I had no idea. Wait. What? Apparently you can get stuff for these things. But I didn't even see the... I didn't even see the vendor for this. It's, the Kamalop. Freaking Kamalop is the vendor. I didn't notice a Kamalop. Oh, that's what Nick was referring to. Maybe that's the... It's at a hotel. I feel like, maybe it's not a new hotel in... The name sounds familiar, but I don't know which... Modern... Oh, I thought it was this one. Let's go in here again just to make sure she didn't spawn. Did not spawn.
Oh, ow.
You okay, Sachan?
Yeah, I just hate wearing heels on an incline.
Right? Those things really murder the feet.
Yeah, they do, but how on earth would you know that?
Our division ran a sting operation a while back. Turns out, we were short on female officers. Long story short, the ladies roped me into it, and I, ended up in heels.
No shit.
And how did the operation go?
Well, let's just say it ended in a foot pursuit, and I've never felt hell like that before.
If I saw you barreling toward me, heels or not, I'd take off running too.
That was too many.
Imagine they own up to that and Adachi somehow ends up in heels again. You know? Adachi, heels. Alright, alright. I'm not... What the heck? Oh. That's why it sounds so familiar. Oh no, wait. That's... What am I doing? Is it this one? Is it... I remember seeing this building, or the name of the building. It might be this one. Ah, yep, it's this one. Oh, it's not a Camelot. Hi. Local secret. The email said that the correct... Oh, yeah. I was just ignoring the email. Oh, yeah, it is the Camelot. Yeah. We've triggered this once. Freaking Camelot. In homage to Tojo Clan, fair enough. Yep. Freaking Camelot. I have 100 pieces. What can you get from here? What the? What the? Oh. What? Okay. I didn't get mouth guard, but that's fine. Oh my gosh, we have exactly enough pieces. What? Watase and Daigo are summons? Oh man, okay. Whoops. There we go. Alright, we need to get into a battle. Maybe we'll summon them during the... What? Seems like a lot of enemies who drop crests have been showing up like, oh, interesting. Oh. Wow, I missed out on Daigo and Watase. So there's that. Nice. The more you know. Missed out on 2 pal mates. Oh, I hope they're epic too. We're gonna run to this place and see if we can find them. We'll do a tower run for some cash. Maybe some reagents. And then upgrade one more time and then go for the big one. Probably take up the rest of the time. But we do need to complete this task regardless of when we finish. Nope. No dice. Go south. I'm not entirely sure if it's guaranteed that they spawn if you wait long enough. Or do you have to zone every time? Kind of hard to tell. But what we can do is go to the 2 spots, take a taxi back up. See if it can be and walk back down or run back down. We got 2 out of the 5 so far. That's a no. Alright. So, I don't know if zoning procs there. I'm not even sure if taxi procs their spawn point. I might have to double back between Kamurocho and Ichincho. We got lucky today with Sotenburi. We did just zone like right away, so I think we're gonna bounce between the 2 cities. Okay, let's bounce between the two cities. Oh, the question is, do we run there? Because let's run there. It's not quite clear if the instance is spawned, and then if you travel by taxi, it despawns. That can happen sometimes. Taking the sites. Festival. Come on. Dang it. I think this puts us on like the near the one, yeah. Sometimes lucky. Oh. Alright. No. Not sure if it's this one. Might as well check, right? Oh, okay. For a moment there, I thought I was gonna get hit. Okay. Weaving in and out. I believe. This is it. I believe. Rip. We might have to go to some like we'll try one time here and then we'll just go to the Millennium Tower. Yeah, I think we should just pull the trigger and do the true Millennium Tower now. I think we're okay. I don't think we do enough damage.
Ooh,
oh yeah.
I see there's a good amount of Chinese restaurants here.
Yeah, there is. But nothing compares to the chili shrimp you made us the other day. That's probably the best chili shrimp we've eaten so far. Right, Namba?
Truth be told, I'm not much of a chili shrimp guy. But that stuff is awesome.
What's your secret? You put in some special ingredient?
Ah, I don't believe in adding special ingredients or smothering the flavor with spice. As long as you know how to cook, you can make even the most basic food delicious.
I wish everyone else who made chili shrimp thought that way. Do the world a favor. Keep those ideals alive.
Ah, okay.
What did that chili shrimp do to you, man?
Oh man, we are striking out. Alright. Let's just go and give it a shot. It'll probably take a while. But we're up for it, right? We have no legend scaling, so it's good. It'll take a while. These guys are hardy as heck, man. Whoops. Back entrance is here. Okay. Let's go. Put our hats on. Our hard hats on. Oh, I was gonna farm some other skills. It's fine. Whoops. We'll make do. Oh, I didn't buy healing items though. Or like make sure I was stocked up. Alright, let's go. Ooh, can I run past? Oh, interesting. If you leave, they don't respawn. Oh, okay. So you don't have to do it all at once. You can leave at any time. But if you lose, you have to start over. And it looks like the drops are the same. Okay. So, do we avoid? Yeah, I think we avoid. Whatever ice we can. Oh no, I forgot. We're drunk. Oh, that's so awkward. Okay. I don't think we can remove drunkenness, right? No, not with this. Where's just that? Okay. Oh, that guy is resistant. Oh my goodness. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, we need more defense. We're getting OTK'd.
This will pinch just a bit. All done.
Okay, that's a full res, so maybe?
This sucks.
You know, okay, we'll keep going.
This'll be good.
It might be just a drunk thing, right? Okay, Eddie. Holy freak.
This one's special. You sure you can cheat?
Land here.
Is some kind of joke?
Oh, dang.
Let's see.
What? Oh man, he's still drunk. Can we get... Okay.
Try this on the side. I'll be your relief. This ought to help.
Oh my freak.
Yes.
Dude.
You're going down.
I'll do my best.
We really need to recover from the drunken state. Oh no, not like this.
There's something about this.
Okay, it's the drunken state that's making me get hit so much. It's fair. Yeah, they can at least survive a hit. Oh my gosh, please. Recover already. Oh no, not again. Rip.
I'll make it work.
Guys, recover from your drunkenness, please. Sober up.
Do my better.
Ooh. Okay, alright, we're good.
This out. I'm with you. I'm ready for my...
This sucks.
Finally.
Check this out. Divine retribution.
Out of my way.
Right. I'm not backing down. I
Man,
got this.
so much resistance.
Yeah? Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
I have secrets too. Ha!
Right.
Uh-huh.
You sure you want to get hurt?
Oh wait, he's weak to cutting. I could have just cut.
I'm over here. Who
Try
wants to
this
go?
on the side. I love you guys. You sure you can beat me?
I forgot I didn't hear a lot of these job
You're
things
gonna get the world of hurt.
Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
with their English voice. I love you guys. Yeah, that checks out.
I'm not backing down.
Okay. Casca's fine, so it's not bad.
Nice.
Moving up in the world.
Okay, that's a little concerning. Okay, the drunk thing was not a great idea. Alright.
Let's beat him down.
Ow.
Sure you can beat me?
Oh man.
Listen, you're gonna get stomped. Right.
Oh, I need to change Casca's one of Casca's things.
This one's special. I wouldn't underestimate me.
Out of my way! You're in it now.
Right. Check this out. I'll be sure you can beat me. This ought to help. You're gonna be in a
Holy man.
Come on now. Unleash nature's anger.
You sure you want to get
Oh,
hurt?
that guy is resistant?
I got it.
Just gonna stand there? Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
I'm not backing down. I'll show you.
Who wants to go?
You're gonna get stomped. I wouldn't underestimate you.
Oh my freak, dude.
A joke? Right.
I don't think you have a... Do you have a res?
I got this.
You do not.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt. I have secrets too. Pain, pain, go away. Here we go. Beat me?
You're in it now.
Don't flinch now.
Yeah? Cool.
I wouldn't
Fun
underestimate
and games yet?
Brace
You're
yourself.
gonna get
I got this.
You
I
can
got
win.
this.
Who wants to go?
Let's go.
I'll show you. You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Let's see. 这一下就没问题了。
Done with all the fun and games yet?
Oh boy.
Let's see.
Oh boy.
Out of my way! Nature's gonna own your life!
Right.
I'm over here!
Try this on the
Who
side.
wants to go?
I'm with you. I'm ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. You're gonna get stomped. I have secrets too. You sure you can beat me?
You can win! Are you done with all the fun and games
You're
yet?
He has so much HP. What in the actual tarnation, dude?
I'll show you.
They move so fast. What in the actual dude? You guys have so much agility.
You sure you want to get hurt?
I got this.
They're so
I'm
fast.
not backing down.
Oh.
I wouldn't underestimate. Right.
Okay.
Come on.
I have secrets too. Get better. Thank you. Let's see.
Happy powder.
Who wants to go?
I got this.
Oh, charm. I see.
I'll show you. Listen up, everybody.
Better?
There we go.
Damn, Peach, who's gonna own your
You're
ass?
gonna be in
Oh,
the
you can't.
Right.
Alright,
Okay.
fair enough.
Let's go.
Check this out. I love
Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
Yeah. This'll be good. I got this.
Ow.
Right.
I have secrets too.
I'm not backing
Pain,
down.
pain, go away.
Oh. Yowzers.
Good fight.
No joke. I think I might run out of... We might end up running out of MP. Luckily, luckily, we can exit at the end of a floor. I think this is Saijima first, right? Oh, there's still one more battle. Oh no, Saijima.
Show me what you got.
Slash. Stick to slash.
I got this.
I'm over here. Who wants to go?
You're gonna get stomped.
I'll show you. Yeah.
You can win.
Oh, he's already
Sure you can
guarded.
beat me?
Oh, they're only 5 levels above. 5 levels up.
Let's go.
So not level 99.
You sure you want to get hurt?
Oh!
Down.
Dang.
Are you done
Check
with all
this
the
out.
fun and games yet?
No dying allowed. Let's rock.
Thanks.
you.
Here we go.
I
Try
got
this
this.
on for size.
I love you guys.
Yeah? Who wants to go?
Right.
I have secrets too. Huh?
We're in it now.
Ow. Oh, I forgot to change his thing again. I keep forgetting. Oh, I don't even know if I want to, I don't think we're gonna, give Casca
I'll show you.
the bracelet. Because, it's minus, 50 defense. We can't afford
Sure
that.
you want to get hurt?
Holy moly. Okay.
Don't flinch now.
Yeah. Come on now. Safety first.
Thank you.
Thanks.
On it.
I can still fight.
Ow.
Let's see. I have secrets too. Pain,
Yeah?
pain, go away.
Are you done
It's
with all
go
the fun
time.
and games yet?
Here we go.
I couldn't even see that.
This out.
Let's see.
I'll be your
Who
villain.
wants to go?
This on.
Thank you very much.
Yo.
Cool.
I don't think lightning works on him. So let's try
Check this
it.
out. Divine retribution.
Oh, it does.
I got this.
Out of my way.
Not, can you be paralyzed?
I'm ready
No.
to kick some ass.
I got this.
You're gonna be in a world.
Uh,
Stand there.
how about...
I'll show you. Give me a smile. Let's see.
Okay.
You're in it now.
Thanks. You got anything else?
You're gonna get stomped.
Can I stack these? I doubt it. No.
Right. Try this on for
You
size.
sure you want to get hurt?
Let's go.
I'm ready now.
Thanks.
Oh, I guess we can use regen. That's
You're gonna
right.
be in a world of hurt.
Nature's gonna own you.
What was it called?
I'm not backing down.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Endless Desire.
Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
Pretty boring.
I am scared. I'm very scared.
Who wants to
Oh, it's not that much.
This.
I'll show you.
How did ice work on you?
all the fun?
Okay.
You sure you can beat me?
Oh, rip. This is just straight up get dumpstered.
Here we go.
You're in it now. Cool.
Just gonna
I
stand
wouldn't
there.
underestimate me.
Check this out. Unleash nature's anger.
Oh no.
You sure you can beat me?
Oh no.
Nature's gonna own you.
Rex, you're gonna be
Okay.
in a world of hurt.
I'll show you. Pain, pain, go away.
Thanks, Joe.
Oh no, not like this. We need way more defense.
Who wants to go?
Asuka's not strong enough. Yeah. Oh wait. Did we return to title?
Damn it.
If we return to title, does that mean the first floor is saved? Hold up. Need to know. Dang. Yeah, man. We need way more defense. I really thought I was playing it safe by farming defense, but the scaling is off the charts. We can always leave this place. Okay, good. Oh, that's not good. Alright. We need way more defense. Literally can't stop. We do anything possible to prevent the OTK from on Casca. I think we'll get away with check. You know what is interesting? I'm kind of curious if I got an idea. What if, let's find out. I doubt this works. Let's try it a few times. No, I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, so I really thought I was playing it safe. Man. No, it does scale that high. Man, where is this person? Where are these peepos? There's one other thought that came to my mind, that their spawn points is dependent on the previous spawn point. I don't know if that's a thing. Basically, like, and it only applies to Ichinjo, where Ichinjo maybe only one of them can spawn at a time. These guys are pretty these ladies are pretty mythical right now. Hmm. There's some interesting. Here it is. Some claim it's in-game time. There might be a proximity effect. I really doubt that. Hmm. Oh, we found one. Wait a minute. What? Welcome. I may appear as a humble servant, but I'm considered a legend among Hong Kong enthusiasts. I go by many names, but you may simply call me the Hong Kong man. Oh, let's get to it. Ready for the hunkiest Hong Kong this side of Hong Kong? Alright. Oh. How'd you like it, big boy? What's that? Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. Three down. I'm not quite sure what the Hong Kong was, but alright. Alright. There you go. Hunky is Hong Kong, you know? No comment from Asuka though. Alright, let's go back down here. That might have been a fluke. I feel like that's a fluke. Alright. Let's try it again. I think this is a fluke.
Feels like I was talking non-stop today.
No kidding, Ichiban. I'm amazed at how extroverted you are. That's something we always look for in a hostess.
In that case, you should put him to work at your place.
Heck yeah! I'd be your #1 in no time.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but unfortunately that's, impossible.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Over before it began.
Fair enough. Asuka's not gonna get the opportunity to pull a Kiryu. Alright. If this works twice in a row, or maybe if this flukes twice in a row, I guess it's not a fluke, huh? It was a suggestion to spawn yourself farthest point away from the expected spawn point. But this area is in the middle. No dice. We could try it in... So like here. I think it's just giving it enough time to spawn, I suppose. It's definitely more of a time thing. Although I definitely did not... The sample size is too small. And occurs too rarely. Pizzala. Dang, I got humbled by that Millennium Tower. I really thought I had a lot of wiggle room.
Man, ladies dress totally different these days. Hey, Sachan, weren't loose socks the big thing back when you were in high school?
No, that was way before my time.
Oh, for real? Adachi, what about when you were in school?
Nah, the girls wore long skirts and tried to act like punks.
Hey, I've actually heard of that. They carried around yo-yos, right?
Maybe some did. Not like they ever showed me.
Ouch. Alright. This is gonna work. Rip. I'm not sure if I have the location correct. Oh, I do. Alright. Okay. I think it's just gotcha. I refuse to believe these conspiracy theories. We must embrace the RNG. Fine. Let's pick another location like here. Or we'll go from here to over there. If we can find any more like party chats. Oh, you know, we could try the zoning thing as I demolish the benches. Like crossing the zone barrier over and over again. It works for mobs, but I don't think it works. This is a unique situation, so it's very difficult to know. On. And what if I zone out here, right? Can I turn back? It's hard to know if it's based on the refreshing of the map. So far, each time it dealt with leaving the map and coming back. That's a pull. I don't think it works like enemies. Okay. I think so far the most consistent is swapping out of the map and then just going there. This is it. I feel it. I feel it. I don't feel it. I don't feel it. Do this a couple more, maybe one or two more times, and then do a little bit of defense farming. Nope. So let's see what our options are for getting defense boosters as well. The good news is if we're like really stingy, we can just exit and save outside as to not repeat it. Although that was just the second floor. Like Saejima just bopped us on the second floor. Dang you, game. Alright. Let's go, if we're nearby, we'll just check those. We visit those, places. Hey. Alright. Let's look at our, let's look at our choices for, briefcase. There's a briefcase in this game that it drops a booster? Really? I think I might know where it is. It's probably in Sotenbori, but I don't really know where the location is. Oh man. Alright, I guess we can try that. I just need a couple of stats. I don't know if I really wanna. Interesting. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so there's that. What's this? Oh no. It's RNG based. Oh no. These are, yeah. Can't remember the locations though. I think there was one in here. It's just a crest.
That was too many.
It's just a crest. So we're looking for briefcases. We can do a briefcase run. What? Why are you here, lady? And when you don't even look for them, right? Desire meter. I don't remember these at all.
One too many.
Only briefcases.
Some older lady just came up and complimented me.
Oh.
She said I had a really nice outfit and then just walked away.
Yeah? I guess the question is, what was she wearing?
She was decked out in leopard print from head to toe. Shit was loud.
Sounds like your typical Osakan grandma.
I bet you anything she felt a similar vibe from you.
Should I be happy about that?
That was too many. Everything's spinning.
Nope. So I don't even know what the odds are of getting a booster. I don't think that's gonna be my jam here. I'm not feeling this I'm not feeling doing briefcase runs.
One too many.
Oh, I don't know. There are definitely briefcases here. Looping up to the top?
Nanchan, what's wrong? You get tired all of a sudden?
I'm fine. At least that's what I'd say if I didn't feel like a sack of bricks.
You know what? Let's rest up then.
Nanchan, is that supposed to be his nickname?
Well, sorta. But only Sachan gets to call him that.
Maybe our friend Jungi Han would like a nickname.
Huh?
How about Han-chan?
I'd prefer if you did not call me Hanchan.
It's all good, Han-chan. Now let's go get some ramen and fried rice.
Are you trying to distract me with food?
Wouldn't dream of it, Han-chan. Hope you're hungry.
Fine. Do as you please.
That was too many.
That's hilarious. I like it. What the heck? Okay. No. This is not for me. Briefcase runs are not for me. If I didn't get one by now, this ain't it.
Okay, I've scouted out the closest bathroom.
Oh,
What was
right.
that number?
When visiting a new city, the most important thing you can do is identify where you can take your next dump.
Hey, that's actually kind of smart. You find that in some travel tips, or?
Ah, that's pure hobo instinct work.
Huh. That works for me.
I want to collect crests. It's not about the crests. Oh, so Sotenbuddy has quite a lot of briefcases, but it would be nice if, yeah, boosters are not working here. The item I'm looking for. Are in my item box. Or something like that. So we can think of a different way?
I think I might be screwed.
Oh, yeah.
You are? You have been looking kinda out of it for a while.
Well, Songhee wanted me to bring her back a sample of a local specialty. But things like takoyaki and okonomiyaki would get too mushy to survive the trip back.
So get her some assorted snacks and call it a day.
She'll know right away if I don't put much thought into it. Trust me, she'll see right through me. Seeing as I'd rather avoid that, I need to find exactly what she likes.
Damn, I guess even a guy like you has issues. No wonder your hair's all white.
My hair isn't white. The color is
It's
silver,
silver
ash.
ash.
You're wasting your breath trying to convey these things to Ichiban.
Silver ash, folks. Um,
Everything's spinning.
I guess I'm curious if you have to load a new map each time. Alright, I see a map, right? Let's... Do you have to,
Sotenbori folks really love their pufferfish, don't they?
They sure do. In fact, 60% of Japan's total pufferfish consumption comes from Osaka alone. That's why a lot of these restaurants can offer it for cheap.
Whoa, Sachan dropping knowledge over here.
Hey, might as well gather some intel while we're infiltrating enemy territory.
you read it on a
And you
website.
gathered this intel from what? A gourmet website?
That still counts as intel.
Freaking TikToker. I'm just kidding. Alright, so let's, there's a route, right? And I don't know how I feel about this route, but let's just do it a couple times. I want to know if... Yeah. Am I a pep? Oh. I want to see if I need to zone out of a city? Or could I pause and, I mean, could I reload? Wait. Oh. I don't know about this. I haven't gotten one yet. Here. Okay, I do need to go out of a city first. Oh, we're nearby, so might as well look. And then go back. Okay. Have to be real. Didn't think we were gonna go do something like this. Like consumable run.
Oh, hey! I've heard about this kushikatsu shop online. It's supposed to be super delicious. We should stop by.
Oh, hey, I've seen this girls' bar on a magazine cover at Popo. And they had some delicious-looking ladies. We should stop by.
They're like peas in a pod.
Seriously.
I don't know about that.
Okay, so the briefcases are timed spawns? What if I reload?
What's up with all those no double dipping signs? Is it really that big of a crime?
Dude, the dipping sauce is by far the most expensive ingredient.
Wait, really?
Believe it or not, that shit can go for hundreds of thousands of yen. That's why they only give you one dip per skewer.
Man, I had no idea the sauce was that gourmet. Now I gotta try some for sure.
You're pretty damn gullible, Kasuga-kun.
Huh?
How could you not tell he was lying?
Signs are there because double dipping is unsanitary.
It could also be because it would compromise the integrity of the sauce.
What the hell? Am I the only one who thinks it's weird? And you guys suck, by the way.
My bad.
I fell for it too.
Should I
What's
open it?
in here?
Got it.
Oh, the rainbow hat. Stop giving me food items! Alright, I'm guessing they're passive things, so the route has to be long enough to loop back around. Man. There's a briefcase down here. Oh boy. What have I gotten myself into? That's not it. Is the briefcase in here?
That was
Everything's
Oh.
spinning.
For a moment there, I thought that was a briefcase. What was that sound? Oh. No. Briefcase. Hmm. I know there's a briefcase here.
Oh, what is this building?
Oh, the design thing.
Everything's so cluttered, it gives me a headache just looking at it.
Is that how you see it? Seems rather well put together in my eyes.
Yeah, I think it looks fine.
If Komijol and the homeless camp are your standards, I'm sure this looks like paradise.
That was too many.
Should I
That's
open
a
it?
fair point.
Sweet!
Yeah, none of this is... Was there a briefcase in here? Oh. Okay. Those defense boosts better be boosting like 10 points, man. Oh, there it is. Okay. More food. I tell you, it's a scam. Okay. Oops. Okay, so we got that. Boy. Save me. And we got this one. Okay, so the Hong Kong lady doesn't actually disappear.
That
And then there was the one here.
Everything's
No one up here? No. Okay. That's probably where it was. A technique booster. And then we already gone in here. Oh, they're respawning again. I see. WT heck, yo. So do I like go back here, right? Imagine the thing spawns again. Dude. Nah. This ain't my life. This ain't for me. Holy heck. Okay. What other options do we have? Okay. That's not great either. We just suck it up and put on a sacrifice stone. Just go blow through our sacrifice stones. Let's double check here. No dice. Okay. Is there another alternative? Hmm. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. When does it scale? It's every 5. Yeah, we already pretty much exhaust that. Okay, you know what? Before we do that, let's go look at how much the stat boosters actually boost. And then we'll trade in all our points if there's any place that we can get. Level boosters. Oh no. We have 0. Alright, well, let's just use it and see. Dexterity? Sure. It's base 5? Yikes. Okay. Oh, okay. It's fine. We'll compensate. I know. I feel like we just gotta rip the band-aid off and then just play really, really conservatively. But before we do, we can trade in our dragon coins. Maybe even rely on Mr. Masochist. During like the last phase when they phase 2 into. Because guard. We can totally grab 7 of these. That's some hard-earned defense right there. And then buffer defense. Oh wait. Oh, either dragon gives everything, right? And then I guess we just put on. What's your defense at? 645?
Everything's spinning.
Can quest guy? Can I trade points for can quest? I don't think there are stat boosters. Can also drink buffs.
Yeah, 新入り。買い物か。
Oh, 100,000 points for 1 can? And you don't even have guard? You nuts? My dude. I thought you were trying to help the homeless. What about this person? Oh, the silent, not the silent, but the hidden merchants. Could these guys sell anything I could use? Or cash? I could do cash.
いらっしゃい。
$18 million. And you don't even have. What the freak?
ありがとうね。
My word, what is that nonsense? Holy 18 million? Man. I wouldn't even run Millennium Tower for that. Real talk though, let's just run back up to Isazaki Road. You see that honk honk girl or that honk honk person is there. We just gotta suck it up. Or just clear 1 floor at a time, you know? don't know how to sober up. Oh, I might have a consumable for that. That's such nonsense. 18 million yen. Wow. Dang it. I don't think this Hong Kong girl exists. Alright. Yeah, let's suck it up. Let's go. Let's just be very careful. And incredibly conservative. I don't have any defense tech. Where are the items to sober up? Here it is. There we go. Turmeric pills. We're going after the Hong Kong before. I guess what we can do is we'll do a floor, check for the Hong Kong. Do a floor, check for the Hong Kong. If there's a clear deficiency, we're gonna have to hunt for the deficiency. Thank you. Alright. Change is good. I gotta remind myself to change.
You think I'd get any clients if I ran a cabaret in Kamurocho?
Well, a beauty like you, no doubt.
Aw, Ichiban. Thank you.
Oh, he's right. And look, that fancy place over there says they're hiring. But they take one look at you and hire you on the spot.
You do know that's a cougar bar, yes? But you're right. I guess I'm not so young anymore. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I am off to the cougar bar for my interview.
Oh, good one, Adachi-san. You made her feel like shit.
Ah, that wasn't my intention. Here, look, I'll make it up to her by applying as a host.
How's that make up for anything?
It's so good. All right. Let's equip more. Guess we just. Oh man, I wonder where you can get sacrifice stones. That's an alternative. Yeah, we are not equipping this on him. Oh, so that means he could get OTK'd. Okay. Yeah, we're just more defense. Let's go. One floor at a time. We just gotta nip in the bud. No need for like staff farming. We're done.
Let's go.
Oh no. Oh no, we can't actually do that. Dang it. Oh, the game. Oh.
Underestimate me.
Well played, RGG.
Out of my way!
Here we go.
I really thought I was okay.
This is sure you want to get hurt. I'll be your relief.
This ought to help.
Cool.
Okay, let's see how.
Unleash
Let's
nature's
just see how far we get.
I wouldn't underestimate.
Holy heck!
Over here! Are you done with all the bullshit? That can only be! Think this is a joke?
this.
Never forgive
I'm not
you!
backing
Can
down.
only be so patient!
And they have their turn so much.
I'm so mad!
Try this on the side.
I'm with you!
I'm ready now.
Yeah. Check this out. I'm not letting us lose.
Ow!
Gotta try. This one's special! I wouldn't underestimate you.
How? Nature's gonna own your ass!
Here we go.
This guy stand there?
I'll
Who
be
wants to
here.
go?
This ought to help.
Thank you. Cool.
Right.
I got this.
This is already ridiculous.
Done with all the fun and games yet? On. Out of my way! Lightning! You can win. Who wants to go?
I can still. This one's special!
Right. Try this on the side.
You sure you want
Over
this?
here? Are you done with all the fun and
I'm ready
games
now.
Thank you
yet?
very much.
Right. You're going down.
You're in it
Nature's
now.
gonna own your ass.
The enemy is defeated. Nice. Moving up in the world.
I don't think we have a shot. Let's just try it once. Can we skip this? Hold. Oh.
Let's beat him down.
Holy.
Okay, just gonna stand there. I got this.
Are you done with all the fun and games yet? Down.
You're gonna be okay. I don't know about this. Try this on the side.
You can win. Who wants to go?
I'm ready now.
Thank you very much. You sure you can beat me? You're gonna get stomped.
Sucks.
Does this remove?
You're not letting us lose.
I'm over
It does
here.
not.
Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
I'm not
This
backing
one's
down.
special!
Ow! Oh my!
Who's playing
You
here?
sure you can beat me?
Nah. Nah.
Return to the living.
These guys only have basic attacks too.
I got this.
You sure you want to get hurt?
Gotta hold it together. Come on now. Look back to us.
Still here.
This is bad. This one's special! You sure you want to get hurt? You serious right now?
We'll fight to the end. Try this on the
No,
side.
no, 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 no. We need so. We
I'm
need
ready
so
now.
many,
You're gonna be
so
a
much
war
more
expert.
than this.
Come on.
Don't flinch now!
This sucks.
You sure you can beat me?
No dying allowed. Who wants to go? Much better.
Thank you very much.
Huh?
Oh, why me?
Let's go.
You think you can win? Are you done with all the fun and
This one's
games yet?
special. I wouldn't underestimate you.
Do something.
Check this out. I'll be your relief.
I got this.
This ought to
Thanks,
help.
yo.
Thank you.
This is bad. I'll show you. Yeah!
On it.
Gotta hold it together. This'll be good. Yakuza!
Let's see. I got this. I have secrets too.
Yeah, man. Nah, that's not happening. Holy, yeah. We need to regroup. Son of a bee sting. Why? Why is life? What is life? Let's see if these things respawn. No. Or, oh, maybe they're random. As in, sometimes they spawn, sometimes they don't? Is that how that works? No. That's... I feel like this is a patch deal. I feel like this is something that would get patched. Oh no, but the other briefcase showed up again though. Definitely not these though. What the? You can definitely not proc them. Alright. Guess we're going back to collecting all the passive stats from jobs. I don't think this girl exists. Just saying. Oh, alright. Just need more defense and HP. Just start with what is available? No. Double rocker? It's just 5? You're pep. Oh my goodness. I don't think there's any... Yeah, that's it for them. How about you? How about you ladies? That's already,
Kasuga-san.
Save me. Save me. Lika. Lika. Lika? Yes. It's already 57. Let's just get everything else.
Take your time.
Is there HP?
Here you are.
Foreman?
What do you think? Here you are. Take your time. Here you are.
Alright. Well. Sheesh. Okay.
Congratulations. I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks. Kinda needed, you know? Might as well just get some more stats. Quick stats. Man. I don't know how I feel about this. So we'll do these runs, right? And then go back and see if the stuff respawns. That's all we got. Hey. Now we can just improve the oh, wait. Dexterity. Attack and HP. So there's HP to be gained. No, not really. Okay, fine. Alright. At least we'll do this. Ugh. All right. I did not underestimate this game. The game scaling for damage.
Sure, I'll go.
At the same time.
Bye for now. Oh, darn.
Here we go.
It was not enough.
What a pain.
Really?
Adios. Oh,
You sure you want to get hurt?
Later, guys.
Leave it to Casca.
Oh,
Don't waste my time.
I got this. Bye-bye.
There's no chance that the briefcase. No. Right? There's no chance. These are killing items. Let's grab the briefcase.
I'm not big on bullying, but
Right. I'm not that.
bye for now. Oh,
You look weak.
I got this. Bye-bye.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Play.
Right. Bye for now.
Or at least unlock all the tools, like all the character skills that we can.
This will be good practice. Okay.
You can win.
It's level 25.
You're gonna get stomped. Bye-bye.
Just need to get to level 25.
Let's play.
I got this. Bye for now.
You're in it now.
Oh,
Show me what you got.
right.
I got this.
I'm not backing down.
I have secrets too. See how it's done?
No.
You sure you can beat me?
Out of my way.
You're in it now.
Does this hit everyone? No, it doesn't.
Right.
Over here.
Try this on for size.
Here I go.
I got this. Yeah. Check
You're
this
gonna
out.
be in a world of
Divine retribution.
Oh, that is not the right technique.
You sure you can beat me? I got this.
I'm not backing down.
I'll show you. You're out of time.
Right.
I got this.
Do you
You're gonna be in a
have
world of hurt.
AoE?
wanna get hurt?
Don't.
You're going down. Nature's gonna
You're in
own
it
ya.
Here we go.
Cool.
I'm not backing
Hold.
down.
I wouldn't underestimate me.
This'll be good. Too easy.
go.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
Save me.
Oh! I'm not big on bullying, but... Right. Bye-bye.
So we can skill farm quickly. Right, skill farm quickly while rotating around for the Hong Kong spawn, and then maybe cap Enforcer or something. Maybe even use Enforcer.
Don't waste my time.
I got this. You're gonna be in a world too. See how it's done?
Dang.
You sure you can beat me? You're gonna get stomped.
Right.
I'm over here.
Check this out. I wouldn't mind that.
Let's go.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt. Oh, just gonna stand I'll show you. You're out of time.
The enemy is defeated. I feel the stats going up.
Sweet.
I did it.
I need your stats to go up even more.
I'll take it.
Like, not, you know, just make your stats. Whoops. Just make your stats go up. Like past their cap, you know?
Right. Bye for now. Oh.
Well, at least farm the defense for the others.
I'm not. I got this. I got this. You can win. See how it's done? You're gonna be in a world of hurt. You sure you can beat me?
Nature's gonna
Here we go. I wouldn't underestimate you. You're gonna get stomped. Right.
Yeah?
I'm not backing down.
This one's special.
Nice.
Strong.
I'm getting stronger.
Look at me go. Hell yeah.
Excellent.
And is it 25? I think it's 25. Yep. Outside the last one, yeah. I don't think there's any one where it's 28 for the last tech, right? Yeah. So we can get at least a 26 in one run. Yeah, we'll just do that. At least collect all the skills, do what we have available.
Scared?
I got this. Bye-bye.
Don't waste my time.
Right.
Just gonna stand there?
I'll show you.
You're in it now.
You're out of time.
Right. Out of my way! Let's go! I'm over
Right.
here!
Don't flinch now.
Cool.
Brace yourself.
You think you can
I
win?
wouldn't underestimate me. You're
I
gonna
got
be in
this.
a world of hurt. I got this.
Come on. On it. You're going down. Nature's gonna own you. Just
Here we
gonna
go.
stand there?
Yeah. This'll be good.
Right.
You're in it now.
Okay.
This one's special.
The enemy is defeated. I feel the stats going up.
Sweet.
I did it.
Nice.
Moving up in the world.
I'll take it.
Play.
I got this. Bye for now. Oh.
I could open these end things and oh, for quixotic stuff. I don't think that's necessary.
Right. Bye-bye.
Hey. Now we equip hopefully this updates right away.
Man, when's the last time I saw a movie?
You know there's a theater in Ijincho, right?
What, that place with all the vintage films? Every time I go there, I end up knocked out in my seat.
Yeah, that's the point. You go there to fight off the Remrams and build up your sleep resistance.
You even hear yourself right now?
Yeah, Casca's a goofball. I agree. No. Good call. Nope. Alright. And now we cycle to Sotenburi to see if that's not great. But the briefcases are back. Right? That one is not back. I think the briefcases might be random. Yeah, they're random. I see. So they spawn randomly. It's here. Nope. I still haven't gotten... Oh, I got a technique booster, right? And up here? No. There's one over there. A mental booster? Alright, fair enough. That's useful. Why is this lady always here? And the other ones aren't? What's that about? I guess it's not a fluke, she's just always there. What's next? I think, I need to get used to this, though. Oh. Okay. A magic booster. Oh. What is a mental booster? Oh, MP. That's just a, oh, that's a bug. Like a bug. This is up the stairs. Nope. Yeah. That is most indeedly random. Bonafide random. It's not all that great either. A lot of them are missing. I do get stat boost though. That's far better. One stat boost thing is like an entire, it is very hard to get stats. Or hard as in it takes a really long time. Stop giving me these bentos. Oh, hey. A water taxi thing. A mental booster. I don't want a mental booster, but I'll take it. Alright. I guess this is the cycle until we get through all the jobs. Wasn't expecting this. Lady, I don't think you exist. Alright. Did you get to level 99? No. Alright.
Kasuga-san. You're doing great.
Jeff. Jeff Chow,
I'll be
that's a
rooting
deep
for
cut. Right there. Oh, someone else is a chef, that's right. That's not what I meant to do, but alright. How do I remove? How am I not able to remove things? It's fine. Shan Yu. His first name. Tian Yu. Sorry. Okay. Yep. Let's go again. We'll do a few of these today. And then we're leaving, we're leaving Eddie on idle. That's where the defense stats are.
Sure, I'll go.
I got this.
Has a sword equipped. A proper sword. Not quite the sword for the armor, but hold up. Dang it.
Scared?
Right. Bye for now.
I got this.
Oh,
Psycho, I don't need you yawning, please.
Play.
you're gonna get stoned. I got this.
You're in it now.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there's another briefcase here. Stupid silver plate.
I'm not big on bullying, but right. Bye for now.
I got this.
Oh, darn. Right. See you around.
Show me what you got.
Okay.
Over here.
That was pretty good.
I got this. Bye-bye. Huh?
On. Adios.
I'm not
got
backing
this.
down. You sure you want to get hurt? Right. Bye for now.
You can win.
This'll be good practice. I got this. Bye-bye. Let's
go.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Play.
Right. Nice. Shoot. You're out of time. Right. I wouldn't underestimate me.
Go.
On it. You're going down. Tom before.
He has two wisps.
This'll be good.
Oh.
I got this.
I got this.
You think you can win?
Here we go. You gotta help.
The enemy is defeated. Nice.
Strong.
I'm getting stronger.
Look at me go. Hell yeah.
Excellent.
Slow and steady.
Right. Bye for now.
The first 26 definitely milk some stats before diminished return kicks in.
I got this. You're gonna be in a world. I got this. See how it's done?
Out of my way!
I'm not that underestimate me.
Some card, I guess I could take Bullet of Honor, convert a Psycho to a Matriarch momentarily to get a Bullet of Honor so that this doesn't occur.
Let's go.
Right. I have secrets too. You're out of time.
I feel the stats going up.
I did it.
Nice. Moving up in the world. I'll take it.
No.
Show me what you got.
I got this. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the biggest trouble we'll have is if we encounter a boss that just OTKs everyone over and over again. We wouldn't get opportunities to attack or deal damage.
You're gonna get stuck.
We just need just enough durability so you can squeeze in and attack every once in a while.
You're in it now.
I'm not that. Here we go. Sure you can beat me?
Over here. I got this.
Try this on the side. Here I
There
go. I
we go.
wouldn't underestimate me.
You can win.
Catch on.
Oh,
Let's go. Cool. This'll be good.
This is bad. This one's special.
Warida.
Sure you can beat me?
excuse me.
You're gonna be in a world.
Nature's gonna own you!
Right.
I got this. The enemy is defeated. Nice.
Yes.
Strong!
I'm getting stronger.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
Oh.
Is there a briefcase? That's a briefcase. Freaking plates! I guess the plate ones are just random plates. So they're like two pools. A plate pool and an item pool. And a health pool. And you just cycle between them. Or they don't cycle between them, they're predetermined. They pull for that pool.
You look weak.
I got this. Bye for now.
Let's go.
Got some health, some stat items on that last run. Gotta pray to the gotcha.
Right.
I got this.
I have secrets too. You're out of time. I'm not sure you want to get hurt. Here we go. Don't flinch now.
Yeah.
You're gonna get hurt on. I got this.
You're in it now.
I'm not backing down.
Nature's gonna own your ass. I'm over here.
Right. This one's special.
I feel the stats going up.
I did it!
Look at me go.
Moving up in the world.
I'll take it.
I'm not big on bullying, but I got this. Bye-bye. You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
I'm not big on bullying, but I got this. That's obviously not intended to line up, but just the timing of the actions.
Show me what you got.
Just stand there. I wouldn't underestimate you. Bye for now.
Nah, we might as well open these.
Should I open it?
Let's see.
Sweet.
Meh.
Should I open it? Got it.
I'm not even. I just want to know if it's possible to
Should I
even
open
hit
it?
Quixotic.
Sweet. Should I open it? Got it.
Nope. Eh? Alright. Switch it up. Whoops. Run to the north. Come on. Come on. I'm feeling it. It's this. This is the one. Okay. You back? Maybe not enough time, Eclipse?
Hey, Sacha. Tell me you love me, but in the Kansai dialect.
What the? Why?
I don't know. I just think girls speaking Kansai sound cute.
Then let me love you, darling.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Say something else.
I'm a little tight on money this month. Maybe a big sweetheart like you could help.
Well, shoot. Here you go. 500,000 yen.
Much obliged. Hey now, I'm only counting 50.
That's the Osakan way for you.
What is the Osakan way?
I'm pretty sure that's just between them.
Dude, that one's really great. Isn't there like a... Oh, wait. Darn you! Where are my briefcases? Gosh darn it. The club sandwich. You gotta be kidding me, right? Why is this game so stingy? I feel like there's a briefcase. There's probably a briefcase in there that doesn't spawn consistently. That one doesn't either. Oh. Jay's always there. What the heck, dude? I think there's not enough time that Eclipse for them to show up again. There was one over there. Yeah, I don't think enough time Eclipse. Looks like every other one. Maybe this one shows up because it wasn't there last time. Another mental booster, dude. Come on. Come on. Honestly, I haven't seen a guard yet. This one might be here because the last time it wasn't. What? I don't want personality guidebooks. Come on. Not like this. Yep. Save me. Trying to get a sense of the RNG. Yeah, I could definitely see it from here, so I don't have to go that far. This one's probably here, because last time it wasn't. Oh, no, wait. Okay, well. What did I get? A magic booster? Give that to Gal. And 3 mental boosts. I'll give it to it's only 3 points? I mean 5 points? Man. Tough life. Okay. Very tough life. Alright. This mythical. I just don't think this person exists. It almost feels like. Is there a chance that these are sequential? I don't know. Ultra booster. Hold up. What is this ultra booster thing? All my stats? Can I get more ultra boosters? Game? Oh, now I'm like, oh no, now I'm just okay. Actually, you know, there's a merchant here. Let's see what, I don't remember what the merchant sells. I don't want to talk about it. Alright, so let's run down there. You know? No, that's a weapon shop. But, oh well, you know. What did Chow sell? Oh, you know what? And what do the gambling place?
You're here. Appreciate the business.
Mm-hmm. What do you have? Oh, here's where the here's where the silver stuff is. Alright, gotta go to the bathroom. Man. Alright. Hey. Just brainstorming, you know? Other than brute forcing. I mean, we let some time pass, so what if that's the secret sauce right here? I'm feeling it. This is it. Oh, but I don't think being in the menu counts. I wasn't in the pause menu. I mean, I was in the pause menu. I'm secretly just wandering around for some briefcases. Come on. Where are my briefcases? That Ultra Booster's got me hooked. Just don't think she exists. A lie, I tell you. Alright.
Kasuga-san.
Alright, next job.
Congratulations. I'm sure you'll do great.
I don't know how I feel about that. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Okay. Shove everyone. Keep them on their toes. Alright. We'll do this last one for today. Fingers crossed. That dragon engine interaction
I'm not
with
big on bullying, but
destructibles.
bye for now.
Just gonna stand there?
The collision models. Okay, this one we can pick up. It's a healing item. Oh no! I was mistaken. It's completely random. Huh.
This will be good practice.
It does pull from other pools.
Bye bye.
I'm over here.
Huh. I go. I don't want to hear it.
Show me what you got.
You're gonna be in a world. Oh,
I got
bye
this.
for now.
Stand there?
Okay. Plant nutrients. I don't know if it can give me boosters. I doubt it.
Bye bye.
Show me what you got.
Look, I got this. Bye for now. Oh, darn.
Right. Peace out. Oh,
Right. You sure you want to get hurt? See you around. What?
Really?
See ya.
Guys. What is this nonsense?
Right. Bye-bye. Huh?
Man, once you miss, you just constantly miss.
You're gonna get knocked down. Here we go. Great work, guys.
Yeah?
Pain.
On it. Adios. Oh, that failed. Cool.
Later, guys.
Man. That was a bit toxic. Okay.
Don't waste my time.
You're in it now.
Let's see.
I got this. Bye for now. Oh, darn.
Really?
I'm not backing down.
Adios.
That's a long. It's quite a long string of fails. Alright.
You look weak.
Right. Bye-bye. You're gonna be in a world of hurt. Ugh. I got this. I have secrets too.
I'm
See
not
how
backing
it's done? Here we go. You sure you can beat me?
Right. You going down.
You're gonna be in a world of
Nice.
Strong.
I'm getting stronger.
Excellent.
Okay. Basically, one run through gets some, what is it, like 12 free stats? 12 instances of free stats, so that's pretty nice.
Bye for now.
Very short. In fact, Sotenbori, the Sotenbori run has not paid out that much.
I got this. I'll show you. You're out of time. I got this. You're gonna get stomped. You sure you want to get hurt?
Nature's gonna own your
Right.
You're in it now.
Here I go. You sure you can beat me?
Cool. This'll be good.
I'm not backing down.
Right. I have secrets too. See how it's done?
The enemy is defeated. I feel the stats going up.
Sweet.
I did it!
Nice. Moving up in the world.
Take it.
I'm not big on bullying, but I got this. Bye-bye. Huh?
I got
Here we
this.
go. See you around.
Scared?
One of these briefcases is gonna pay off, you know?
Right. I'll show you. You're out of time.
Come on.
Right.
You're in it now.
Try this
You
on
sure
your
you want to
side.
get hurt?
Hey,
You're gonna be
I
in a
got
world.
this.
Come before.
Yeah. Brace yourself.
Okay. I got this. I have secrets too. See how it's done?
oh, she hasn't crit in a long while. Ow.
Here we go.
You're in it
work.
now.
Out of my way. Nature's gonna own your
Good fight.
Please do us fun.
Nice.
Strong.
I'm getting stronger.
Look at me go. Hell yeah.
Excellent.
Let's snatch this. Gold plate. Come on.
This will be good practice. Right. Bye for now. Oh.
Show me what you got.
I got this. I'm not backing down.
I got this.
I'll show you. You're out of time.
On.
You sure you can beat me?
Down. Come before.
You're gonna get stomped. Right.
Don't flinch now.
Cool. This'll be good. Come on.
I'm not backing down.
This is bad.
Let's see. Right.
Here we go. You sure you want to get hurt?
Brace yourself! Too easy. I feel the stats going up.
I did it!
Moving up in the world.
I'll take it.
Oh, I guess you can plus 10 sometimes too. That's 2 stat boosters. I don't feel like magic is.
You look weak.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
I'm over here.
I'm not big on bullying, but
Wow.
You're in it.
I got this. Bye for now. You're gonna get stoned.
Okay. Let's open these again. Seems like I
Should I
haven't
open
seen
it?
all the
Got it.
permutation. All the. Oh, we saw that before.
Should I open it? Sweet!
Definitely saw that before.
Should I open it? Got it!
Yep, saw that too.
Should I open it? Sweet!
Yep. I'll expect it. All right. Going to the top. Six times the charm, right? 6 times the charm. No problem. This is it. Oh, wait. Oops. Alright. Alright. Guard boosters. Feeling lucky. Ultra booster. Oh my gosh. That is so much dopamine right now. Oh no. That is so much dopamine I just got just now. Is there another one down here? No. Oh, what is this?
Should I open it? Got it!
No. What is the blessed armor do nowadays? Is it just like gear? Gross. Oh, got an ultra booster. Feeling good. Dang it. I don't want to talk about it. Wait. Pretty sure there's one here too. There it is. Dang it. Now I'm getting food. All the luck is gone. I'm getting used to where the locations are though. Dang it. Personality. Oh. That was the other area, yeah. Double back. And here. Ooh, 2 ultra boosters. Hold up. Desire meter is subsiding now. You know what? Let's just open this. Okay.
Should I open it? Sweet!
What was this? Ugh. And she's always there. It's not even a possibility. It's not even a probabilistic state. It's just always there, ready. But these ultra boosters, though. I have forgotten where this one is. Is it here? Yeah. Wow, amazing. I completed a part-time hero. Oh, it counts the bentos from... Oh. Instead of having Kashiwagi make it. Is there one in here? Could have sworn there was one in here. I just... No. I doubt this one's up. Seems like they kinda don't overlap in spawn time. This one's definitely up now. What? Was there even one here? Am I Pep? Oh, press. I'm very disinterested. This one's gotta be alright. We haven't seen this one in a while. Dang it. So actually, we could get ourselves familiar with the Yokohama one. And oh, I totally forgot about this one. Another ultra booster. Holy heck, hold up. I'm starting to believe. I am starting to believe in this process. I shouldn't have doubted this process. Oh, okay. Okay. Just keep throwing ultra boosters at me. Okay. That was pretty profitable. Yeah, give me the ultra boosters. All this stuff is like meh. Okay. You know what? Let's go down here, right? Go to the item box, then go run all the way up there for the last chance at that pep. Just want to empty my inventory too. I'll have to keep those in mind. If only there was like a select all feature, you know? Is there? No. That sound is gonna be like completely crushed into my brain. Okay. We passed some time. That's the secret. Right? If we walk over there, it's going to be there. Here he. It's going to be there. Come on. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. This is it. Come on. Man, what is up with this thing? Alright. We'll have to peruse the World Wide Web, you know, for some pro tips or something. Alright, and that's a good place to stop for Yakuza Like a Dragon. I'm gonna switch gears. Gonna take a little bit. Won't get it though.